But yeah, Trump is not going to be serving a prison sentence. Let's be real. Not to make you, not on your phone. But let's get started. Trump found guilty on all 34 counts in historic New York criminal trial. Let's take a look,
249 years of American presidents, and never has anything like this happened before. Historic, unprecedented felony conviction of Donald Trump, the 45th president of the United States. It happened a little after 5 p.m. Eastern time. The jury read its verdict.
I'm so goddamn lived up today, dude. Let's fucking go, baby. Let's fucking go, baby. It's hard not to be lived up in a moment like this where like the criminal justice system just works. You know what I mean? Like it feels like it's that older athlete that you love, I guess, or that you once loved, who is no longer performing in the way that he does, but then he goes on a fucking 20-point tear or something, and you're just sitting there like, yeah, that's the glory days. Like, he's back. That's how I feel right now about the American criminal justice system. Like, it sucks dick. It's awful. It's white supremacist. It works to do so much bad. But then sometimes it gets it right. You know what I mean? Yeah, like a D-Rose 50-point game. You're like, it's never going to happen again, but I'm glad that it happened one time. And it made me feel like it's the motherfucking glory days. Now, obviously, for the American criminal justice system, that analogy doesn't work that well because I don't think it has ever been good. But, you know, it's the theory of how this prospect was supposed to be good. Theoretical democracy. Like the theoretical D-Rose. The bar's in hell, but we reached it yesterday. Yeah. I'm glad we cleared the bar. Let's take a look. Let's enjoy it.
Generating headlines instantly like these behind me all around the country and the world. And while the verdict means that Trump will run for president this time as a convicted felon, that does not mean he will serve prison time. That's worth noting right up front. Many observers, in fact, call that unlikely. The former president was found guilty of all 34 felony counts of falsifying business records, all tied to a hush money payment made to adult film star Stormy Daniels in the run-up to the 2016 election.
The jury needed less than 2 days to make its unanimous decision. Trump planned.
I'm not gonna lie, I was shocked. I can't believe it. 34, that's crazy. 34, that's crazy. Like I thought they would surely find him guilty of some stuff, but 34 across the board, like everything. They hit him. They did the fucking full clearance aisle. That's crazy. Clean sweep. It's rigged, man. Shit is rigged. It's rigged. Nobody likes me in New York. It's rigged, folks.
Plans to appeal, and he remained defiant outside the courtroom where he was greeted by supporters and protesters. The guilty verdict is another first for the former president, who is also the first president to be impeached twice.
Bro's throwing up the fist like he's a political criminal, too. It's so funny. It's like, yeah, dude, it's Nelson Mandela. You watched him get arrested, okay? I forgot to run the 3-minute ad break. I'm running it now, by the way. Sorry, sucks to suck. Okay, let's continue. You should have subscribed
this morning
already.
We'll have complete coverage of the verdict and what it could mean in November. Let's begin now with Robert Costa, who's been following the case from the very start. Bob, good morning.
Good morning. This verdict just the beginning of a new uncertain chapter of this campaign, fueled by former President Trump's grievance. And the sentencing will now come at a crucial moment. In July, just days before Republicans select him as their nominee.
Donald Trump left court Thursday a convicted felon and vowed to fight.
I'm a very innocent man.
He's a very innocent man. What is this? Here's the Mandela tweet. Bro, how? Why are these people not embarrassed? Why are these people posting this shit? It got 10K likes, man. What is happening, bro? What the absolute fuck is happening? Yo, Twitter sucks, dude. Oh my Lord, how much you might think like, oh yeah, we saw the bottom. Okay? We saw the bottom. We saw the worst of the worst. It can't get any worse. It's like, nope, just kidding. How is this any different than fucking Facebook at this point? How the heck, every time you're not live or doing an event or not covering the news or traveling, the craziest news happens? Yeah. I mean, he is the white man's Mandela, if we're being real. Putting together the best Trump conviction tweets. Yeah, we're going to look at all of that. We're going to do Hogwatch. We're going to do it all. Oh my God, I'm so excited. And oh, by the way, the Republicans are insane. Like, they are so unimaginably racist. They're so fucking out of pocket. Like, they're going absolute nutty mode with it. People are saying some of the worst things I've ever seen. Like, on the one hand, yeah, it's really fun to see like all the Debras and the Barbaras crying and shit because Donald Trump is going to jail, is what they think, even though he's not. But like, what a treat. What a treat. What a treat. What a treat. Thank you. Thank you to the criminal justice system for giving us this beautiful thing. Thank you, Alvin Bragg Jr. Thank you, Judge Merchant, or whatever the fuck his name is. Okay. Thank you to all the goats. Thank you to Jeff Tiedrick. Thank you to the Democratic Party. Dark Brandon strikes again. Gonna be real honest with you, Alvin Bragg Jr., you fucking did that shit. AJ, thank God I saved you from the zombie apocalypse. Thank you, David Piker. Okay. I mean, fuck it. Thank you to New York, the Boston of America. Thank you to New York City. Thank you to the jurors. Thank you to everybody, okay? Bro yapping like he did it. I'm just saying, like, it's great. It's a joyous occasion. Thank you, Stormy Daniels, for having sex with Donald Trump, which is kind of gross. But hey, you know, get your money, queen. Get your money up, not your funny up, Stormy. Thank you to a friend of the show, Michael Cohen. Mea culpa, obviously. All right, let's keep going.
12 Manhattan jurors decided the former president's fate, deliberating for more than 11 hours over 2 days, reaching a verdict late yesterday and finding Trump guilty on all 34 counts. Inside the tense courtroom, Trump looked straight ahead as the verdict was read, a blank expression, then stared at each...
Dude, let's run that back. That one is not the best one. The one with his mouth open, is that real? Or is that fake?
Straight ahead as the verdict was read, a blank expression, then stared at each juror as they confirmed the verdict one by one.
This was a disgrace.
Trump was convicted of falsifying business records related to a $130,000 payment made to adult film star Stormy Daniels in the lead-up to the 2016 election to keep her quiet about an alleged sexual encounter. Earlier Thursday, the jury reheard crucial testimony from former National Enquirer publisher David Piker and Trump's former fixer Michael Cohen. The defense called him the greatest liar of all time. Cohen weighed in late Thursday.
It's accountability. It's exactly what America needs right now.
Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg, who brought the historic case, also spoke last night, saying Trump had been treated like any other defendant.
Our job is to follow the facts and the law without fear or favor. And that's exactly what we did here. The only voice that matters is the voice of the jury, and the jury has spoken.
Trump's lawyer, Todd Blanche, said the trial was flawed from the start.
Because of the
It's coming on down, and you know where I'm gonna bring it on down, bring it on down, bring it on down.
It's so good. It's so goddamn good. Woo! This is my mea culpa.
If you dance with the devil, it's gonna go down. It's now or never. You can feel it all around. You can feel it all around. This is my mea culpa.
Michael Cohen does nothing in his podcast that deserves this kind of an intro, okay?
Oh, baby, don't lie for me. If I tell you my story, don't cry for me. I did my time, that's fine by me.
It's my mea culpa. Ooh.
My mea culpa.
Like, There's nothing that happens on this podcast that deserves this hard of an intro, okay? Is it an original song just for the pod as well? Yes, bro, yes. This is his unironic intro banger, okay? This is my mea culpa. Might be worse than Northwest as Simba. Okay, chill. Nothing, you're wrong. He gives us nothing but the truth. Yeah. Does he play the whole thing before the episode? I don't know, but like, this is lib porn saying guilty after every charge. Yeah, dude, this is like, liberals are nutting everywhere, okay? And to be honest with you, they deserve it. It is a worthy nut for them. Good luck to all the liberal. Check in on your family. Check in on your MSNBC, CNN watching parents, okay? They probably had the craziest sex last night. You might have a brother or a sister coming out in 9 months, okay? Like, I'm sorry. Your fucking boomer ass parents nutted, okay? They nutted like they never have before. I know it's hard. It's hard to think about, but you know who else was hard? Your dad. Your New York Times op-ed reading dad. That's who was hard last night, okay? Wrong, my parents are old. You think that's stopping them in this joyous moment? In this joyous occasion? You're about to have, you're about to have the next baby boom created by the boomers with just a shit ton of children named Alvin, children named Bragg. Okay? You don't understand. This is like Albanians fucking naming their children. This is like Albanians naming their children Tony Blair or Bill Clinton.
Everything around the lead up to this trial, it made it very difficult for the jury to evaluate the evidence kind of independent of what they knew coming in.
Trump faces up to 4 years in prison, but could be given probation with no jail time. Judge Juan Merchan announced he will sentence Trump on July 11th, 4 days before the Republican National Convention. Less than an hour after the verdict, Trump's campaign was fundraising off it, claiming he is a political prisoner, after he said he'd
that boy got $36 million, I think, or 39. I can't remember the exact number, but they got $30+ million that they raised in one day, which, you know, not enough.
Out toward Election Day.
The real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people.
Joining Bob on set is Caroline Polisi, a criminal defense attorney and a lecturer in law at Columbia Law School. Good morning to both of you. Caroline, I want to start with you. The real verdict, Donald Trump says, will be on November 5th. If he becomes president again, I think some voters on both sides will ask, is he going to be in jail while being president? Is jail time on the table here?
It is on the table. I would say highly unlikely to
Let's go. Shh, don't say that. Shh. Don't say that. Don't say that. Think about it. Think about it. Think about how sick that would be. I'm just saying. Think about it.
That question, 34 felony counts, each one of which does carry with it the possibility of up to 4 years in prison.
Doesn't the judge get to decide, or am I dumb? Yes, this is entirely up to the judge now. The thing is, however, there's very little likelihood. Because, like, once again, the type of offense and also him being a first-time offender, like, and also him being the fucking president previously and most likely the president again, like, because there's a logistical complication that many people are not even considering, or maybe some people are considering, which is that a president, if you jail them, they have lifetime Secret Service. So, like, what? Is he going to have lifetime Secret Service in jail with them? You know what I mean? These are like genuine questions. These are truly unprecedented moments. It's not like he's the thing is he didn't, like, I guess, do extrajudicial murders that are outside of the scope of the presidential powers. You know what I mean? Because he did do extrajudicial murders. That's what presidents do, especially post-Obama. But like, he didn't do it in a non-presidential way. Like, it's not like he fucking went up to a random person and just like domed them. In a situation like that, I feel like it would be different. But this is not. This is a first-time felony offense for you know, I guess betraying the voters' trust, or like lying to voters, hiding hush money payments, mismanagement of campaign funds, or directing Michael Cohen to mismanage campaign funds, and keeping a secret from the broader electorate. Ironic enough, because like clearly they wouldn't have given a shit if they knew, and many people now know, and they don't give a shit, obviously. So
no mandatory minimum, meaning there no jail time, could also be a sentence. I don't see personally.
Hard line, to be honest. Real verdict, November 5th. Fire. You wish you had his presence, his aura, Lazan. Bro, you ain't even wrong. I do. He has phenomenal stage presence, bro. He does. It's true. This is a third world banana republic with a Gucci belt on, lol at rule of law. First of all, I love when fucking Republican dumbasses say stuff like that. I'm sure you're joking when you say that, but like, no, it is actually good to fucking criminally prosecute former presidents. Like, we should get more of that. We should do it across the board. Also, the irony here is that, you know, everyone's doing the banana republic shit, but like, there is nothing more European than investigating and maybe even subsequently arresting former leaders. Okay. This is like, Europeans are probably watching right now going, first time? Really? Is this a first for you guys? That's cool. Like, that shit is, you can't even be a president or a leader of a nation state in Europe unless you're caught doing like insane corruption charges, or sometimes even like fucking, you know, 17-year-old prostitutes and stuff, which is insane to say. That's an insane word that came out of my mouth, an insane sequence of words. But that's like literally Berlusconi doing bunga bunga parties and saying like, well, she's 17, but like she was hot though. Like, that's his defense. That type of shit. Yeah, in France, like with the former French president, Nicolas Sarkozy. Oui. So my point is, it's like it's very European. We are definitely hitting like extreme levels of Europeanism, I guess. Like, I feel like there we got to a level of European that was previously, I thought, unachievable in the United States of America. We're Europe maxing in the worst ways possible, so hard that we're gonna start like, you know, shitting on the Romani people, even though there aren't that many of them here in America. Like, most people's racism is directed towards like black people in general here, but like we're becoming more like Europe, that we're just gonna start fucking shitting on travelers and shit, you know?
Him being sentenced to prison time, the judge could impose a variety of different things. Home probation, for example. He could serve it in Mar-a-Lago with an ankle bracelet. He could serve it non-concurrently, meaning he could go on weekends, for example, to some sort of custodial sentence. I personally think there will be heavy fines and some sort of heavy probation associated with this sentence.
And he can be president while on probation.
Absolutely. There's nothing in the Constitution that prohibits it.
Bob, what are your sources telling you about how the former president, who did not react in court, is reacting behind the scenes?
There's a lot of uncertainty among former President Trump's inner circle because they believe your point that he's unlikely to maybe face jail time. At the same time, they were inside that courtroom. They saw Judge Juan Merchan lash out at one of the defense witnesses. Bob Costello cleared the courtroom. Tensions are high between the judge and the Trump legal team, so nothing's being ruled out by the Trump side. And that could really make Trump pay a huge political cost this summer. The Republican National Convention, where he's trying to get a jolt to get into the fall campaign, Will he show up for that first debate? How will this affect his running mate? So many questions, so many variables for the presumptive Republican nominee.
Caroline, from a legal perspective, are there grounds for appeal here, and what's likely to be the outcome?
There absolutely are grounds for an appeal here, both on the legal side as well as how the trial played out. We talked a lot about the way this statute is, structured, that while the jury was required to be unanimous with respect to all elements of the offense, there was that underlying object crime of the New York State conspiracy to violate election laws, right? The $130,000 payment. And the unlawful means that was accomplished. The jury didn't have to be unanimous on that decision. Some constitutional scholars say that there are due process issues with that in terms of a defendant being put on notice with what exactly he or she is being charged with. That could take years. I always refer to the Harvey Weinstein verdict, which was in this state as well, 4 years from conviction to being overturned. It's a long road. The wheels of justice move slowly, but we'll get started pretty quickly.
Any chance of the delegates that the RNC may revolt and hold their votes? LOL! Are you crazy? No. Fuck no. One of the most prescient sentiments ever expressed by Donald Trump was when he said he could shoot someone on Fifth Avenue and these motherfuckers would still vote for him. Okay? That is real, bro. That is one of the realest things he's ever said. Because they would. They'd vote harder. They'd be like, bro, what kind of baby did he shoot? I bet that was a libtard baby. I'd shoot a baby too. I'd shoot my own baby for Donald Trump. Are you fucking kidding me?
If you don't watch Fox News, here are 5.
It's so good. It's so good. God damn it, dude. Thank you to everyone that participated in this process to give us this beautiful fucking moment, dude. Republicans are just losing their fucking minds over just like literally baby shit. Now, this is one of those like unifying moments where like we're all a little liberal today. You know what I mean? I think this separates the boys from the men. Okay. Like I shit on the Democratic Party a lot. I'm going to shit on the Democratic Party in a little bit. You know, I'm going to do that because we're going to talk about Israel and the Democrats are in charge and they suck. Having said that, however, absolutely nothing gives me more fucking pleasure than watching hogs melt the fuck down. Okay? I mean, it's great. It gives me so much goddamn joy. Okay? It's one of the very unique moments where I'm just like, oh, so good. Please give me more of this shit. Give me more, please. I love it. I fucking love that shit, son. Oh, it's so awesome. Especially because, like, these guys, right, the Republicans, they get everything they want, even when they're not in charge. They get things that they don't want that are still in the direction of things that they might want. You know what I mean? Like, all the anti-trans bills and stuff. It's like Republicans weren't even asking for it, and they still got it. You know what I mean? While the Democrats are in charge, mind you. So it's like, it's phenomenal. It's phenomenal to watch them it's phenomenal to watch them mauled because they're such petulant little children that get everything they want. It's like the fucking rich kid on the block, the spoiled little fat kid who just like is always getting everything he wants, but then like sometimes he's not used to being told no, so he just like loses his fucking shit. It's great. It's fun to see.
With that, the Trump team has come out saying they're moving forward.
Beyond this moment, how does this set the stage for those next 3 cases, Georgia, Florida, and in the nation's capital?
Yeah, well, this one is different. It's unique because it is a state case. It is the only case that if he does become president again, he cannot pardon himself for. So that is a unique twist here. Many people are saying this is likely the only case that is going to come to an end, which already has before the election. So I think it doesn't bode well.
You know, Bob, political conventions in recent decades have been kind of boring, perfunctory affairs, lots of ceremony, balloons, big speeches. But now we've got Donald Trump being sentenced just days before the Republican convention. What's going to happen in July?
Usually when there's a scandal, it causes a reckoning to happen inside the party. Think about Watergate in the 1970s with Richard Nixon. Republicans got uneasy about President Nixon's conduct. What did you see this time around? I stood in that park for 6-7 weeks for CBS. We saw red tie Republican after red tie Republican come there and show their solidarity with Trump, including the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. And we're seeing Republicans across the board saying they're sticking with the nominee, even though he's a convicted felon. That tells you Trump has a grip on power, and that's going to affect the entire campaign. Look for the Biden campaign still to bring up Trump's conduct, maybe not to get into the specifics of this case, but to raise issues about January 6th, American democracy, and Trump's conduct, and say, do you really want this person in power in the White House?
Bob Costa, Caroline Polisi, always great to have you both. Thank you very much.
Todd, thank you for being here. Why do you think the jury found Donald Trump guilty on all counts?
I mean, well, I don't know.
As my lawyer, dog, I'm going to jail. That's my lawyer, dog. I don't know. Strong start, Todd. Strong start, Todd.
The jury,
let's run it
Todd,
back.
Todd,
Let's
thank
run
you
it
for
back.
being here. Why do you think the jury found Donald Trump guilty on all counts?
I mean, well, I don't know. I mean, it's a good question. I think
Is it, Todd? Is that a good question, Todd? Todd, you fucking suck, dog. 34? Bro, you had a perfect defeat. That's crazy, man. You had a perfect defeat. He's out here doing impossible things. 0 for 34, dude. That's crazy. That's crazy. I want to do more the basketball analogies. You know what I mean? It's just like, you got swept, son. You got swept. What happened?
Understanding why a jury reaches a verdict is something that every single trial lawyer in the country would love to be able to answer honestly. Look, a lot goes into a jury verdict that doesn't even include what happened at the trial. You know, the decisions that are made before the trial, the decisions that the court makes and that the parties decide about what witnesses to call, what evidence to put in. You know, so I think that at the end of the day, it remains true that if the word of Michael Cohen was not accepted at all, then you could not have convicted.
Bro, that shit was so stupid. Like, you have to do that, right? And I get it. For Donald Trump, he's not the best client because he's incredibly incompetent in doing crimes because he's kind of failed upwards always, right? So he is, in many respects, one of the worst clients to try to get off because, like, he's constantly going around pulling to Israel and being like, I did that shit. I love doing that shit. I'm going to do more of that shit. You know, fuck you. Also, the judge is anti-Semitic. Okay? If this is the Israel analogy, you know, he's just doing that all the time. He's like, no, I did that shit and I love doing it. Suck my dick. So it's hard. It's hard to defend Donald Trump. Having said that, okay, this is like the guy that's testifying already served a sentence for the crimes that he was directed to do by the guy who's being prosecuted in this situation. So your client, like, you can't just be like, how are you going to trust this fucking guy? I mean, he's a liar. He's a perjurer. He fucking lies all the time. Excuse me. It's like, yeah, bro, that's what happens when you're doing criminal conspiracy. Okay. And I made an analogy earlier before, like last week, where it's like, if you have a mob boss sitting at a trial and you have a hitman that is already serving a prison sentence, you can't just turn around and be like, Your Honor, how can you trust this guy? He kills people. It's like, yeah, for him, for your client. He's killing people for you, for your mans. Of course. Wow, how can this guy be considered credible? I mean, he's killed people. Oh, man. That's the whole point, dude. That's why your client is currently being prosecuted. Like, what are we talking about?
President Trump and the jury convicted. So at the end of the day, they looked past what we thought were
Chapo take. Yeah, dude. I have this take for a couple months now. Suck my dick, Chapo take. I didn't watch the latest episode yet.
Were fatal flaws in Mr. Cohen's story and his past, and they reached a guilty verdict.
Right, but it wasn't just the word of Michael Cohen. I mean, there was other evidence in this case, the documents. They wanted to rehear David Pecker's testimony. I mean, they took all of that into consideration.
Sure. No, look, of course the jury will take everything into consideration. That they were very serious. Look, this jury showed up on time every day. They were very focused on the evidence and on the...
I understand being cynical about Trump actually going to prison, but didn't Cohen go to prison for literally the same shit? What legal reasoning would the judge have for not giving Trump prison time? Because it's Trump. He's a former president. All of the things that I just described to you are the reasons why it would be so fucking nutty. It would be insane. It would be awesome. But that would be crazy for him to actually get a fucking jail sentence for it.
And on the testimony that came in, and there was a lot, but look, at the end of the day, it was still a case in our view, as we've been saying.
Yeah, also Cohen was brought up on more serious federal charges as opposed to Trump being brought up on the lowest class felony, class E for state felonies. Yeah. And even you said it 24 hours before Chapo and yours was funnier. Normally I don't support you in chatter squabbles, but you did good. Thank you, Motorface, for defending me against my friends at Chapo Trap House, who are very funny, who I listen to all the time as well. Probably worse would be he lose the election and they make him do some form of house arrest. My coworker, who's such a smarmy fucking lib, is extra unbearable today, but today I can't, but I also can't blame him. Yes. Yes. This is their moment, dude. Come on. Come on. Libs have a moment today. Libs have a moment. They are right. I am wrong. Okay? I've downplayed it because I didn't think that 34 out of 34 W's was going to be posterized. Okay? And also, the Republicans are so mad. It makes me so happy. It gives me so much joy to see conservatives crying, being like, our democracy gone. Where is the law and order? This is a banana republic. Like, it's just fucking dope, dude. It's dope. I don't know. Clearly, this shit is political, though. They can't attack Trump on policy because they kept all of his horrific policies, but he's powerful because people like him, hateful people like him, and non-hateful people don't like the Dems. But nearly every president has done fucking crimes and bribes. Yeah, okay. Sure. Fair. I hope they try to fucking arrest Brandon. That'd be sick. This was my favorite tweet out of all the hogs. War. Bro, you are going to fucking war with your hairline. What the fuck do you mean war? It's crazy, man. Apologize to Alvin Bragg. Yeah, I saw this tweet and I agree with it unconditionally. Alvin Bragg apology form. Reason for behavior. Check. The media convinced his case was weak. I don't watch actual trials. I don't know legal ball like that. Mercury was in Gatorade. I was jealous of Alvin. I miss Robert Mueller. I will hereby respect Alvin Bragg, and I will not talk down on the future first ballot Hall of Famer. Okay? I owe you an apology. I wasn't really familiar with your game. To be fair, I don't have to make this apology because I have been an Alvin Bragg defender. Okay. I don't necessarily, because like I was a defender of Alvin Bragg. I just didn't, I just thought that this is irrelevant in the grand scheme of things, which it kind of is. But like ultimately, it's fun for the time being because it makes conservatives very mad. Everything that you guys have said, like everything that one chatter said personally about like, oh, all presidents are criminals. This is political. Yeah, so what, dude? It's great. Who cares? Is Jeff Tiedrick okay? Did he nut to death? Yes. He was warned. Real Donald Trump, we're coming. Watch out. Bionicle Army took his ass out, dude. He was first. He was the shit. Then Jack Smith seemed promising, and I kind of forgot about Alvin, but he was working. Yeah. He was cooking some shit up, dude. He was cooking some shit up on the sidelines. Again, white supremacy in display, okay? The black man is working hard, and everybody sees a white dude, and they're like, ooh, that's my guy. That's our real savior. Turns out, it's the black man all along, okay? It's white supremacy. It's the implicit, it's the biases that we have in our hearts that we don't even recognize. That's what caused everybody to undermine him, okay? Oh, your case is weak. Turns out, it's not so weak, is it? Okay, let's continue.
Soft bigotry that relied on testimony of conversations and interactions that took place 7, 8, 9 years ago, and certainly documents what were.
Didn't realize Alvin Bragg was black. Wait, really? You didn't realize when Donald Trump was calling him like a savage or an animal or many different like dehumanizing things? Both him and also Fannie Willis too, who was also black. A thug. Kept calling him a thug. And also an anti-white racist. Also, that chatter basically revealed that he didn't watch The Walking Dead. My Walking Dead gameplay, which was very political, by the way, because AJ is a prominent character. Alvin Bragg Jr. is a very prominent character in the game.
Were part of the case, but the documents, the 34 counts were documents that really had very little connection to President Trump, but for the few checks that he signed. Look, I very much believe that the jury.
Dude, what is this argument, dude? What is this argument? He's still going off with this shit. It's like, yeah, dude, Michael Cohen just personally wanted to pay Stormy Daniels. Like what could it have been? Why did he do that? Especially after they had many conversations that pertain to Michael Cohen operating as a fixer for Donald Trump, specifically in the Stormy Daniels hush money situation. Why could he have done that? Like, what other reason could there be? Okay? No one watches your gameplay? That's wrong, little bro. Actually, my fucking Walking Dead gameplay was widely celebrated. So you're wrong on that front.
That the jury should have found President Trump not guilty. I mean, in my soul, I believe that, and I believed it for a year. I mean, I left my job to do what I did the past 6 weeks, and
damn, son, he left his job to work for a dude who's not going to pay him, famously doesn't pay, and also on top of that, the entire world knows you as a fucking loser. 34 L's, dude. Posterized. Alvin Bragg put his nuts on your fucking forehead, dude. What happened? What happened? Damn, son. Imagine 0 for 34. I left my job. I'm not even going to get paid by my client. Woo! That just sucks, son. That is terrible.
My conviction around what happened today and what I believe the facts show, it remains the same.
I know you disagree with the outcome, obviously, and But do you accept that he did have his day in court and it was a jury of his peers that made this decision?
No, not at all.
Why not?
No, I mean, look, I think, and this is nothing that we haven't said repeatedly. We were indicted for.
We should pour one out for the real GOAT, okay? Thank you, HasanAbi, for sending me this. Taco Penis. Hey, how you fucking doing? He would have won. He would have at least gotten a couple of those off, dude. There's no way. There's no way Taco Penis goes 0 for 34. Okay? My GOAT. Alina Habba. Taco Penis. He had an all-star squad, dude. What happened? Yes, his name is Taco Penis. Joey Taco Penis. Also, who is this guy in the back? Sorry for zooming in on his face, but like there's this what's going on over here. I love this photo because he's like, hey. It's like you can tell he's going, hey, my name is Joey Taco Penis. How you doing? Hey, how you doing? I'm walking here. I'm doing fucking attorney shit. I'm lawyering here. How you fucking doing? Oh, yeah.
For conduct that happened in 2015, 16, 17, in a jurisdiction that it was very hard for us to get a fair trial, Caitlin. I mean, and I know the district attorney has said repeatedly, said it today, this is a bread and butter case. We do this all the time. That is not true. It's just not true. It may be that they bring these types of charges regularly, business records charges, but you cannot find another case in the Manhattan District Attorney's, in the history of that office, where they did what they did here, which is charge somebody for conduct that was 7, 8 years old, somebody's personal records, right? Not corporate records, it's personal records. So this is not, I don't think, I think it's naive to say that this is like any other case that we do. What we did in this case is what we do all the time. No. And maybe it's okay. I mean, they think it's okay they did it.
Well, because I think the response to that would be, well, it's also not every day that someone running for president reimburses his attorney who paid off a woman to keep her silent. And, you know, when you say about getting a fair jury, this is where Donald Trump, I mean, you know New York well. This is where Donald Trump chose to have his businesses and spent decades of his life until just recently. I mean, that's why the case was here. I think some people would say, well, that's ridiculous that a jury couldn't put their beliefs aside. You just talked about how hard they worked in this case. Don't you think that they put their political beliefs or biases or stereotypes aside to make a fair decision here?
I don't know what they did or didn't do, but listen, Caitlin, it matters, right? Like when 100, we did it in groups of about 100 when we picked that jury. Half the jury just walked out when invited to by the judge if they couldn't be fair and impartial. So imagine if you're standing before a group of your peers, right? That's what a jury system is supposed to be. So you're standing for a group of your peers, and half of them walk out before a single question is asked, just because they have an opinion of you that is so strong they can't be fair and impartial.
But these 12, to be fair, did not.
Well, they did not, of course, but no, but that's not really the point. The point isn't that.
The point is, what if they did?
50 stayed. The point is that it's telling how many just walked out. And also the fact that President Trump did business in New York, that's not the law. The law doesn't.
What do you mean, dude? What the fuck? Bro, you can't even lawyer your way out of jury. You can't even lawyer your way out of this. You can't even lawyer your way out of a Caitlin Collins question. Like, what do you mean? Of course, plenty of people are going to be biased in either direction, mind you, against the former president. It's actually impossible to try Trump because some people have opinions about him, apparently. Yeah, I mean, law tip, jurors cannot walk out without being dismissed by the judge or by court officials. No, he's talking about when they're selecting a jury. Like, he's saying like it's shocking how many people had a strong enough opinion that they would not be able to accurately deliberate without their biases. You're not understanding what he's saying. He's basically saying we live in a society. Yeah.
And say, well, tough luck. If that's where you do business, then that's where you're going to be tried.
He built his business here and he resided here. And I guess if you think, if you talked about the testimony and when this happened, well, why didn't the cross-examination of these witnesses or what you put forward, your defense, why didn't that work? Why did it still lead to this outcome?
Well, that's a great question. If you know the answer to that, tell me. I mean, look, I think that at the end of the day, I do think it comes to something that we
help me out here, Caitlin. I'm fucking starving. I'm sinking over here. Help me out. You got an answer?
Talk about a lot of times in our profession where there's a bias that you have that you can't get past. I mean, you say that this is where he built his business. That's true. Every single person on that jury knew Donald Trump, either as president, as candidate, from The Apprentice. And so I don't accept that this was a fair fair place to try.
Is that what Trump. You're going to? What's your main argument going to be in your appeal?
Look, I think there were a lot. That is certainly an argument. I think the timing of this trial and was really unfair to President Trump. There was so much publicity around the witnesses and around leading up to the trial that it just, our system of justice isn't supposed to be a system where every person that walks in the courtroom knows about the case. I mean, and it sounds like
it's one of those cases where you can't avoid it. I mean, no matter what jurisdiction he's tried in,
the law
everyone
doesn't
knows
say
Donald Trump.
The law doesn't say, but if you can't avoid it, tough luck, right? That's not what the law says. The law says that a person is entitled to a fair trial in front of a jury of their peers. And we just think that because of everything around the lead up to this trial, it made it very difficult for the jury to evaluate the evidence kind of independent of what they knew coming in. And we knew that, and that's not something that we've been screaming that from the rooftops.
Well, let's talk about, you said a few of your arguments on the appeal. When do you plan to file your appeal?
Well, there's a lot of, look, this is one step in the process, right? So we have motions due in a couple weeks in front of Judge Merchan, which we're going to vigorously fight and restate a lot of what I'm saying to you tonight and other things that happened during the trial that we think just made the trial unfair, including the testimony of Ms. Daniels. If that is not successful, then as soon as we can appeal, we will. And the process in New York is there's a sentencing, and then we appeal from there.
District Attorney Bragg tonight did not directly say whether or not they are going to seek jail time for Donald Trump. Do you expect that he will?
I have no idea. Look, there's a system in place that where you rely on precedent, and somebody like President Trump should never.
I do think this is unfair on Trump. Okay, dude, just like it's unfair at the top of the hour for those who are unsubscribed, right? That's what you're going to say. Come on. I'm not even going to look to see if you're actually trying to bait. I'm just going to hope that you're trying to bait. Okay? Stop it. What is this? Hasi, you look so good in the group photo. Come on, man. Oh, yeah. Get better bait, okay? Clearly photoshopped. You made my head look fucking large on that. All right. I think it's very hard to be in neutral because he used to be the president and people will benefit or damage from his policy at all. Okay, guys, there's no way to fucking ever criminally convict or charge a motherfucking president then. Like, there's just no way to do that. You can't, we might as well just say, sorry, former presidents are basically God kings. Like, you are going to still have to achieve some level of impartiality, which I suspect that's the reason why they have lawyers that specifically go through hundreds of jurors in the jury process, in the jury selection process. Okay. Like, it's ridiculous. Oh, well, sorry, we just can't do that. We just cannot do that, no matter what. They're God Kings. Your drip yesterday was really good. What are we doing here? Huh? What are we doing? What am I doing here? Am I here just to suffer? Huh? Am I here not to celebrate joy? This joyous occasion? I'm here to serve you the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour and tell you that at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. But beyond that, I'm here to celebrate. You can also celebrate by getting gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. We're going to look at the POTUS tweet. Don't worry. We're going to get to all of that. We're going to get to the Israel stuff.
Face a jail sentence based on this conduct. And it would just kind of confirm what we've been saying all along. And a lot of people say that we're wrong and that we're missing we're missing key pieces. But if other 77-year-old first-time offenders would never be sent to prison for this conduct.
Judge Merchan will make that decision.
Correct. That's right.
Do you think the judge was fair throughout this case?
I think that there were times when we very much disagreed with what the decisions Judge Merchan made. I think there were times when we certainly appreciated that he was making decisions, but weighing both sides and making decisions based upon that. But at the end of the day, there were key decisions made before the trial started and during the trial that I don't want to use the fair or unfair, but that we think were not consistent with the law.
But you can't say if he was fair or not?
Well,
he ruled in your favor sometimes. He ruled against you sometimes.
Yeah, but no, I think just saying whether someone's fair or unfair is not really the question. The question is whether decisions that he made before the trial, in advance of the trial, with the omnibus motions, with the motions in limine, and then during the trial, were they right under the law? Was he right doing that? And that's where I think we have disagreements. We think there were a lot that were not.
Why did Donald Trump not ultimately take the stand here?
Well, that's a very personal question to him and to me, honestly. And it's a very difficult question. Of course, he wanted to testify. And I don't say that because that's what he has said. He wanted to get his story out. I think the judge had made some decisions before the trial or the day of the trial started about what would be allowed to be asked of him by the prosecutors if he took the stand. And some of those questions were really complicated to answer because there's still appeals going on. And so there's a lot of decision points that go into whether somebody testifies. Ultimately, it's his decision, and he listened to us, and he relied on our counsel, and he reached a decision that he thought was right, which I very much agreed with.
So that means your counsel was for him to not take the stand.
I'm not going to tell you what my counsel was.
Well, you said he relied on counsel, and he went with that decision, and he didn't take the stand.
But ultimately, it was his.
Bro, the fact that he's stuttering against fucking Caitlin Collins is crazy. I totally understand why he got owned. Actually, like it almost feels like Donald Trump could make a genuine appeal here and be like, my lawyer was against me this whole time. He did not do an adequate defense.
It was his decision. And I never say, and I think colleagues and folks that you have on here hopefully agree with me, I never say to somebody, don't take the stand, right? That's their decision, and that's a decision that they have to make. But I want them to have I want them to know what will happen on the good and the bad if they do take the stand.
So no regrets on him not taking the stand?
Look, the verdict came down a couple hours ago. I don't know if I have any regrets about anything yet. I'm still thinking things through, and I think so is he, and so are everybody else around him. But at this point, I don't think that there was a conviction because he did not take the stand.
When he was leaving, one thing he brought up were the witnesses who were not called. And he was saying that there could have been witnesses.
Dude, this is unimaginably bad. This is unimaginably bad. I'm seeing why they lost so fucking hard, dude. God damn, if I'm this bad on camera, if I'm this nervous, I wouldn't just go on CNN, which is hostile territory to begin with. If I'm Trump, I'm not paying his ass anyway. You know what I mean? I already have a long track record of not paying people. Yo, is Trump actually broke? Who's this jabroni ass pansy lawyer? One, he is actually broke, but this is irrelevant to the point of contention here. The reason why he has this jabroni ass lawyer is because he has literally gone through half the lawyers in New York. That's why I joked about it previously, where it's like, first of all, you know your shit's fucked up when your lawyer is a Catholic, okay? Joey Taco Penis. Like, you're out here hiring Italian lawyers, like, you're fucked. You're fucked. That means you literally went through every other lawyer. And he even went through Joey Taco Penis, too. And arrived at this fucking guy.
That would have helped make the case. We never saw Keith Schiller, Alan Weisselberg, some key figures here who got brought up a lot. Why didn't the defense call any of these witnesses?
Well, because we happen to live in America and we don't have the burden of proof. And so there's not, that's not the point. That's a question that is a loaded question that should not be asked of a defense attorney or a defendant. The question that we asked the jury, and they ultimately obviously got passed, is why the prosecution didn't call those witnesses, right? You, as a defense attorney, you don't go into a case saying, I'm going to fill the holes of the prosecution, right? And Keith Schiller and some of the other witnesses that were not ultimately called.
Is the shit Joe just posted on Twitter News, or is he just saying some bullshit? It's the latest POTUS tweet? Is it about a ceasefire? We're gonna get to there. We're gonna get to that in a second.
Should have been called. Should have been called by the prosecution, and we asked the jury to take a hard look at that. I don't know whether they did or not, but they convicted.
Todd Blanche, I have a few more questions for you. If you'll stick around, we're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back. Much more with Donald Trump's lead attorney in a moment. The presumptive Republican nominee, now a convicted felon, guilty on all 34 counts today in his unprecedented hush money trial.
Bro, convicted felon Trump goes kind of hard. Like, convicted felon president goes hard, dude. It does. God, America is in a state of such disrepair. It's awesome. It's cool. Fuck it. YOLO. We're just having fun with it at this point. Empire collapsing. And honestly, you just got to have fun with it.
Trial here in New York. His lead attorney, Todd Blanche, back here with me. Can we just talk about what it was like in the room today? Because our reporters, everyone kind of thought, reporters included, that no verdict was going to be reached. The judge himself seemed to think that. He went to go get the jury, and then he came back with a verdict note in hand. I mean, you and Trump had been sitting there talking, laughing, and then obviously realized a verdict was coming. You were obviously surprised?
Yes, very surprised, but that's what juries do. You know, everybody that's been talking for the past 2 days about what they thought maybe a note meant or what a jury was thinking or how long they would deliberate, you never know. You never know. And I think there have been no notes really all day. And as 4:30 came, we were going to just go home and start again tomorrow. And then the jury, sent a note, said they'd reach a verdict. So it was surprising.
Bro, he's just like, womp, womp. Like, his attitude is like, his attitude about this whole thing is so funny. He's just like so unimaginably defeated, which he is. He is literally defeated. He was defeated in the marketplace of ideas, okay? His ass was defeated in the court, obviously. But like, have some fucking composure, big dog. What the hell are we doing here? It's crazy.
Surprising, but it wasn't surprising like, oh my gosh, I'm shocked. We had been prepared.
But were you prepared for a guilty verdict? Trump seemed to be telling people, from what I heard, he thought it was going to be a hung jury.
We were prepared for a guilty verdict. I mean, I don't know what people President Trump was saying that to, but of course our in our view, we were fighting to win the case, of course, but a hung jury would have been as close to a win as as we could have gotten. But we were prepared for a conviction. I think that was expected.
I think a lot of people are curious because we hear from a lot of former Trump attorneys what it's like to be a Trump attorney. How has it been for the last 7 weeks?
Listen, I hear former Trump attorneys talk on TV all the time as well. I have found the last 7 weeks to be I don't want to use cliches, but it's been everything that I would expect and want out of a client, out of someone who has really putting their life in your hands. It's been challenging. It's been rewarding. President Trump there's a persona that people have about.
What does hung jury mean? Is when one guy in the jury has like a really big penis. That's all it takes. All it takes is one guy that's like super big,
About him that is completely wrong. There's a persona that people have that is right in some ways too. It was the hardest in many people's lives. The hardest thing you do is go through a criminal trial, and he was. I was impressed, especially today, at the way that he carried himself and handled himself.
Well, there were moments, and I was in the court multiple times, where you would see you and Trump were often sitting next to each other, or the other attorneys, Emile Beauvais and Susan Nicholas. But Trump would, hit you on the arm, tap you on the.
Like the guy in the white suit in 12 Angry Men. Yeah, in the director's cut, in the extended cut, if you watch it, you'll actually notice that it's not one guy who has like a genuine disagreement with the rest of the jury, but it's actually the fact that he has a massive penis. Like, that's why the rest of the jurors have to listen to him, because he just whips his cock out. And then everyone is like, oh, fuck. Like, all of my convictions, I've now cast aside. Like, that's how it works. That's what he was looking for.
The arm, urge you to either object, or clearly was writing you notes and saying stuff. I mean, who ultimately was in charge of the defense strategy here? Was it you, or was it Donald Trump?
It was both of us. If there's a lawyer that comes in and says that they're in charge of their defense strategy, they're not doing a service to their client. Every decision that we made as a team, and not just President Trump and myself, but the whole team. And so, and again, every defendant, everybody who has their life on the line in history will tap their lawyer every once in a while and say, hey, what about this? What about that? We not only did we get along during the trial, but we were on the same page about strategy and about what we should be doing and not doing. And it was, the one thing that I left with today is he impressed, hopefully, everybody that got to see what happened today, the way that he handled himself in the courtroom, hearing that 34 counts of guilty, the way that he handled himself really throughout the entire trial as somebody who is the Republican nominee, not campaigning, sitting in court all day. And I was right there with him the whole time, and I have no complaints about it.
But did it make your job harder?
He's like, I promise you he was not farting. Or if he was, and if he was falling asleep, it was because the trial was boring and his farts actually smelled really good. Oh my God, I'm so libbed up. I'm talking about Trump farting. That's like peak liberalism. It's just, I'm so Jeff Tiedrick coded today. It's not even funny.
And more difficult when he was constantly going after the judge, calling him corrupt, saying that he was so biased he couldn't breathe here. Going after.
That was awesome. When he said that, he's like, the judge is conflicted. He's so biased. He's conflicted.
The witnesses in this case until the gag order. I mean, he violated the gag order at least 10.
Why do I hate Trump so much? I love Trump. Are you kidding me? It's a love-hate relationship.
Times here in this case. Didn't that make your job harder?
I don't think it made my job harder. It's something that we had to deal with during the trial as a team, and understanding that there's a message that he needed to get to the people, to the American people, the people who are deciding who to vote for in November. And part of that decision has to be, he is being judged for this trial. and that's a fact. And so when folks get upset that he responds to what he sees happening and responds forcefully, that's because he's being judged by everybody. He's being judged on television, by voters, in newspapers. And so the fact that he says, this is my opinion, this is my view, is not something that I looked at as making my job harder. I accepted that as being part of this job. And that is what he will continue to do. Like, I don't think he's going to stop tomorrow morning. Like, he has to explain to the American people why this whole year in front of the Manhattan DA in this case was completely unjust.
But can you do that without attacking Stormy Daniels and Michael Cohen? I mean, there was one point where the judge had to use incredibly strong language with you because Trump audibly used an expletive when Stormy Daniels was on the witness stand.
When you say can you do that, you mean can you respond when
but isn't that
people are
inappropriate for him to have an outburst in court while a witness is on the stand?
First of all, I don't think an outburst is the right way to describe what happened. As you know from being in the courtroom, the courtroom has very bizarre acoustics, and there's times.
What is happening? It's the acoustics of the courtroom that made it seem like it, dude. He was actually super calm and collected.
You can't hear a thing, and there's times when voice carries, and it was absolutely not an outburst.
The witness heard it. Stormy Daniels heard it.
I have no idea if that's true.
Her attorney told us that.
Okay, well, I that's the first that I'm hearing that, and I don't know that is true or false, but it was not an outburst. It was a reaction to, again, it's easy to sit here and throw stones and say, well, how come he said this? How come he said that? Why don't you go on trial for something that happened? I don't mean this you, I'm saying rhetorically you, for something that happened nearly 20 years ago, when you hear somebody saying something that you believe is demonstrably false and you can't do anything about it, and you know there is a reaction that folks agree with or disagree with. President Trump, in my view, behaved in a way that I thought was exemplary for a defendant facing what he was facing in that environment, in that courtroom for the past 5 weeks. I mean,
you didn't think it was inappropriate when he came out and would rail against Judge Merchan and go after his daughter and other witnesses in this case?
He did not go after the judge's daughter after he was gagged.
After he was gagged? Okay. What about before he was gagged? God damn, dude. God damn. This is why I'm saying it's like kind of hard to be Trump's lawyer. This is why it's hard to be his lawyer, because he's like constantly going, I did that shit. Also, the judge fucking sucks. Also, we should probably maybe kill the judge's family. That's like, you can't do that. It's like Trump and Alex Jones. Chat is cooked. Why?
At all. And by the way, the defense went after the judge's daughter.
He was a registered Dem until 2023. He quit his job to start his own law firm and represent Trump. Oh my Lord.
In public filings. So you want me to say that it was inappropriate for President Trump to do something that I believed under the law required to be brought to the judge's attention?
Well, attacking her on his, obviously he has a massive following. Making a point in a court filing is different than making a point on Truth Social.
What's the point of a gag order? The judge does nothing when it's violated. I mean, dude, what is he going to do? You put Trump in contempt of court? I feel like that would literally break shit. Also, Trump, for the most part, did at the very least follow the guidelines of the gag order to a certain degree. Because once the gag order was initiated, Trump was held in contempt for violating the gag order, by the way. Wait, he didn't go to jail, though. They fined him. But the thing is, he, the gag order, I think, if I'm not mistaken, the gag order had boundaries that were set. He was fined 10 times, actually. the gag order had boundaries that were set that limited what he could say, specifically about the judge's family, specifically about the jurors, specifically about all the other witnesses, including Michael Cohen. But beyond that, I think he said it's fair play to what? Also at the quarter of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Wait, what? I already ran the ad break. What are you talking about? The fuck? The judge can take his contempt of court violations into account during sentencing. 34 felony convictions. Stop whining about the process. Yeah, it's entirely possible that his lawyer is a chatter doing this for clout.
Why?
Is Trump going to be a prison abolitionist now? Yeah. Our prison's obsolete, folks. Many people are saying this. Many people are saying prisons are obsolete, folks. No one can be free until we're all free. I mean, no one.
I mean, I guess I question that. So the idea is that as a attorney, I'm allowed to make motions, put arguments in front of the judge. But if my client makes those same arguments to the people who are going to decide whether he should be president of the United States, somehow it's okay for me to do it, but he can't. I don't
it's
accept
different
that.
venues. I think there's
Sure,
a place to make your argument and doing it on Truth Social, attacking a private citizen.
Nobody reads the papers, right? That's the problem, right? So it's easy to say, okay, defense attorney, you can file those papers, and there's nothing wrong with that.
You're an attorney. I mean, you read those filings. We read those filings. Obviously, we talk about those filings. But on this overall, I mean, you are relatively new to the Trump team. Your life has kind of changed since you've become a Trump attorney. You've moved to Florida. You're now registered as a Republican. You used to work at a big firm.
Bro pulled the dying content creator exit strategy. Okay. I love that. Like when you're when you're a content creator and your relevance is waning, you just immediately start talking about trans people all of a sudden. Like he did that. Okay. Move to Florida, start talking about like right-wing politics out all of a sudden out of nowhere. It's a classic. Classic move, dude. Congratulations. You're fucking killing it. I can't wait. I can't wait for your stupid book to come out inevitably, and no one will read it.
From here, you're registered as a Democrat.
You'll have your right-wing Jesus pivot us on. No, I will not. Because guess what? I would rather just quit streaming in that situation, okay?
Do you expect to continue to represent Trump in this case and in the federal cases?
Yes, absolutely. Listen, absolutely. I'm going to Florida next week, and we have a motion to compel hearing in the case at the end of June, and we have a lot of work to do. We haven't been working on that case the past 6 weeks, and we are going to start fighting every day in Florida. We have briefing in this case, we have a sentencing in this case, and then we'll have an appeal. I have, putting aside changing my life, I think President Trump has put faith in me and my team, and there's a lot of great people that I work with. And as long as he has that faith, we're going to keep on doing what we're doing.
One thing about the Trump attorneys that we sometimes hear is whether or not they were paid after. It's always a point of contention. Obviously, Michael Cohen talked about it. Has that ever been an issue for you since you've represented him?
No, and I don't know what Trump attorneys, I mean, I know that it's a fun folklore to talk about that Trump attorneys don't get paid and whatnot, but I don't know who that applies to, but of course, President Trump pays his bills, and I am getting paid, and if my mom's listening, I'm getting paid, but that's not, I'm not.
This is a disaster, bro. He took the drug that makes you, instead of the drug that makes you dab Hamas, he took the drug that makes you answer every question, honestly, in a way that makes him and his client look worse somehow.
Of course, I don't know who that applies to, but of course, President Trump pays his bills, and I am getting paid. And if my mom's listening, I'm getting paid.
Like, he just openly admitted even his mom is worried. That's so funny. You know, his lib ass MSNBC watching mom is like, why are you doing this? You don't have to do this. Please don't do this. This is like the fucking Always Sunny in Philadelphia lawyer, dude. Like, his vibes are almost damn near identical to the fucking... Hold on, let me just pull this up.
I have something here that I need to read to you.
No, not this guy, the bad lawyer. What was the bad lawyer? Not Brian Unger. Uncle Jack the Molester? That one.
These two boys. Shall I turn it over?
Yeah, turn her over. Hello? Hello? Okay. All right. There we go. Hi, you're on the Jack Kelly Lawyer Show.
Hey, Jack, this is Ed over in Kensington.
Hey, how are you tonight?
Good, good. I'm doing well, Jack. Thank you.
Yeah, and the day, how was it?
That was good, I guess. The reason I'm calling is...
Can I ask you a question? What do you think of this photo? That's me as a bird. That might be a good mascot for the website. It's just a cute little bird outfit. I just don't want people to be scared and think it's too real. Like that, are there birds flying around in the offices and they won't come by to get legal advice or help? Hello? Hello? Okay. Moving on. Hello? Hi, you're on air.
Hey, Jack, I had a question about my landlord. I was wondering
Can you see my hands?
What?
When I go like this behind the plant, can you see my hand back here?
No.
And when they're down like this, can you see it?
No.
Okay, great. I just wanted to make sure. My hands have been a hindrance my whole life, and I don't want to have them on screen. Can I ask you a question?
Well,
do you like this picture? I thought it could be good as a mascot for my legal website. I also have a picture of me as a snake, and Dolores, who works in the office, thought that was horrifying. I also dressed up as a giraffe, but the image was so... Would you mind taking a shot of the three of us? And I just wanted to say I'm very excited to be here. I do estate law, and this is my first actual trial.
Your Honor, and if I may, Charlie Kelly, co-counsel, background in bird law.
Nephew.
Yeah, but excited to be in the people's court, and a big fan of black judges, too. Stop touching me.
Okay. Big fan of black judges, too. Oh, God. Oh, Always Sunny is so fucking good, dude.
Look, all I need are the facts to this case. I have a very long day ahead of me, so I'm going to need to keep this thing moving.
Are you going to bang the hammer? Is there a...
Here we go.
That's okay. Cool.
Awesome.
Yeah. It's cool, right?
Yeah, nice. I'll keep it brief. I just have three things to say. One, Liam McPoyle has a history of lying. Two, my client is a loving family man. And three, he is innocent.
My memory was clouded by rage, and so I misremembered the incident.
An understandable mistake. Could happen to any one of us. For example, you remember me possibly as a man with small hands. Yeah, you think he had small hands. Do you remember that?
Yeah, sure, okay.
What you remember is false.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Big, masculine. My hands tell a story of greatness. And when you look at my right hand,
I'm gonna stop you right now. Are you just gonna talk about your hands for a while?
No, Your Honor. No more questions for the witness. So.
Anyway, Same vibes, if you noticed. Great stuff overall. Donald Trump should have never let this man go.
Oh, baby, don't lie to me.
Okay? Never.
But that's not, I'm not alone. I'm not alone in that. It's not like I'm getting paid in the other. I mean, he has a lot of cases. He has a lot of lawyers right now. And I don't know if you're hearing something different, but the lawyers are getting paid.
Todd Blanche, quite a day for you. Thank you for coming in to join us on set tonight.
We are joined now by the star witness.
Okay. All right. Anyway, yeah, no, same voice, same vibe, same energy. Here it is. Trump voice. They're calling it prison abolition, folks. Complex. Prison industrial complex, they're calling it. Very disgusting. Very sad. I'm the first person to say perhaps that none of us are free until all of us are free. And you'll be hearing it more and more.
They're calling it prison abolition, folks. Complex, very complex. The prison industrial complex, they're calling it. Very disgusting, very sad, perhaps one of the saddest. And I'm the first person, I'm one of, if not the first person, to say perhaps that none of us are free until all of us are free. And do we like that? And we do. And we like it very much, very strongly. No justice, no peace.
What if Trump converted to Islam in prison? Could he be redeemed? Yes. Okay, so let's look at, fuck Michael Cohen. Let's look at some of the reactions, okay? First of all, this was an incredible reaction immediately from Trump.
So it seems that there are a lot of witnesses, a lot of people that they could have called that they didn't call. Now, they didn't call them, obviously, because they would have been very bad witnesses for them. But take a look at the list. Because of the gag order, I won't go down into individual names. But you have a lot of big players, very big players that would have solved.
Like here, he just looks so serious. And then you hear him talk. Here he looks so fucking serious. And then you hear him talk, and all of a sudden it's like an entirely different man. When he's mean mugging, he looks like a serious, competent lawyer. And then you hear him talk to Caitlin Collins, and you're like, oh, I get why it was a 0 for 34 type situation.
Their problem, or actually would have given us the win. We already have the win. If we had a fair judge, this case would have been over a long time ago. But a lot of key witnesses were not called. Look at your list. Look at the players. And you know who I'm talking about. You can take 5 or 6 of them. Why didn't they call those witnesses? They didn't call them because they would have been on our side.
Yeah, it is a solid legal argument to say the prosecution could have brought people in to help my side. Instead, they only brought people in to help their side.
And it's a shame. And in particular, one witness who's now suffering gravely because of what's happened, because of the viciousness of these thugs. The vicious people, what they've done to that person. And you know who I'm talking about. And they didn't call him as a witness. They didn't call anybody as a witness. And all these people they could have called and solved the problem.
Bro, you can't be calling people thugs no more. You're a convicted felon. 34X. He's just like, you know?
The other thing, the confusion is, nobody knows what the crime is because there's no crime.
Nobody knows what the crime is. Nah, they know. I think 12 people knew.
Nobody knows what the crime is. The DA didn't name the crime. They don't know what the crime is. That's what the problem is. It's a disgrace. This thing ought to be ended immediately. The judge ought to end it and save his reputation. Thank you very much.
We just went through one of many experiences where we had a conflicted judge, highly conflicted. There's never been a more conflicted judge. Now, I'm under a gag order, which nobody's ever been under. No presidential candidate's ever been under a gag order before.
Yeah, because no presidential candidate has ever been a convicted felon with an active court case. Like, well, what do you mean? Yeah, no shit, dog. Yeah, these are unique times. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, yeah, we know it's unique. We know it's a first.
I'm under a gag order, nasty gag order, where I've had to pay thousands of dollars in penalties and fines, and was.
Oh, by the way, he's like, here's the liberal reaction. I'm so happy I could cry. Guess he and Mother Teresa will be cellmates. Michael Cohen on MSNBC at 8 tonight. So glad the Phillies aren't playing. But here, let's hear let's hear how this was.
This jury finding Donald J. Trump guilty on the first 5 felony counts. Reading the rest as we are getting it from our court reporters.
Starting with count 6.
Count 6, guilty. Count 7, guilty. Count 8, guilty. And you'll see on the screen we're tracking ahead. Count 9, guilty. Count 10, guilty. Count 11, guilty. Count 12, guilty. Count 13, guilty. Count 14, guilty. Count 16, guilty. Count 17, guilty. Count 18, guilty. Count 19, guilty. Count 20, guilty. Count 21.
Yeah, I know he's not the first to run indicted or convicted. Obviously, the GOAT, Eugene V. Debs, literally ran from prison. That's my GOAT right there. Labor leader, socialist, 5-time presidential candidate. Ran the 5th election in 1920 from prison. He was a conscientious objector to World War I. He was convicted of sedition for a 1918 speech in Canton, Ohio, where he criticized the junkers of Wall Street and the government for arresting anti-World War I activists. His conviction was handed down a week after Schenck v. United States introduced a clear and present danger test, which affirmed that print or spoken word could not be restrained or punished unless it creates a clear and present danger of bringing about a substantial evil. The court did not consider whether Debs' speech posed a clear and present danger. During his 1920 campaign, he ran as convict number 9653. He garnered nearly 1 million votes, or 3.4% of the popular vote. And then, okay, the rest of it is, the rest of the list is not as great. Okay, but this is the coolest and the best, for the record. The rest of the list is, leaves much to be desired. Like Lyndon LaRouche was a conspiracist and a political extremist who ran for president 8 times from 1976 through 2004, first as a candidate for the now defunct U.S. Labor Party and later as a Democrat. He ran his 92 campaign from a prison cell after an 88 conviction for mail fraud and conspiracy to defraud the IRS by defaulting on more than $30 million in loans from campaign supporters. Oh my God, Larishites. Holy moly. Rick Perry, I did not know this. He was indicted in 2014 by a local grand jury following an investigation into whether he withheld millions of dollars from the office of the local district attorney, a Democrat. In 2015, he launched the 2016 presidential campaign, his second bid for the nation's highest office. But just 3 months later, he dropped out of the race after failing to convince the primary voters to give him a second look.
Another eloquent voice against World War Socialist Party.
Mark Ruffalo reads Eugene Debs' Canton speech, famous Canton speech, which we're not going to watch right now. Then obviously you have Joey Exotic, which I'm not even going to get into. Speak more on the Larishites, lol. No, I'm not going to do that. We have enough fucking weirdo, like MAGA communist type motherfuckers and Baba Vakian revolutionary communist as it is. There is no reason to talk about Larishites on this broadcast, especially on this wonderful libbed up ass day. Okay?
With jail. Think of it. I'm the leading candidate. I'm leading Biden by a lot, and I'm leading the Republicans to the point where that's over. So I'm the leading person for president, and I'm under a gag order by a man that can't put two sentences together, given by a court, and they are in total conjunction with the White House and the DOJ, just so you understand. This is all done by Biden and his people. And maybe his people more importantly. I don't know if Biden knows too much about it.
He looks like shit, by the way. I mean, obviously, normally, he doesn't look great. Like, he doesn't look that great in general. But I'm not gonna lie, right now, he looks extra shitty. He's looking rough, dude.
Because I don't know if he knows about anything. But he's nevertheless the president, so we have to use his name. And this is done by Washington. And nobody's ever seen anything like it.
Nobody.
So
Nobody.
we have a judge who's highly conflicted. You know what the confliction is. Nobody wants to write about it. And I'm not allowed to talk about it. If I do, he said, I get put in jail. So we'll play that game a little bit longer. We won't talk about it, but you're allowed to talk about it. I hope you do. Because there's never been anybody so conflicted as this. As far
I don't know why he keeps saying the judge is conflicted, because if he's like operating, if the judge is operating with like bias, then why would he be conflicted? That part I don't understand. He keeps repeating that word over and over again, and it's like, it makes me feel like he maybe doesn't understand what that word means. Because it's like, no, seriously. Short for conflict of interest, obviously. No, but like, here's the problem. You could say he's compromised, exactly. But there is no conflict of interest if he's just biased. You know what I mean? Like, because he keeps saying the judge is biased against me. So where would the conflict be? Does that make sense? Like, it doesn't make sense. Even from the most charitable approach and saying that like he has a conflict of interest or whatever, like that would mean that there is like a second, like there, what is the conflict there? He's not conflicted at all. There is no conflict of interest. He just hates you. And he's biased.
As far as the trial itself, it was very unfair. We weren't allowed to use our election expert under any circumstances. You saw what happened to some of the witnesses that were on our side. They were literally crucified by this man who looks like an angel, but he's really a devil.
I feel like you're conflicted, bro. It seems weird. The way he's talking about this shit.
He looks so nice and soft. People say, oh, he seems like such a nice man. No, unless you saw him in action. And you saw that with a certain witness that went through hell. And when we wanted to do things, he wouldn't let us do those things. But when the government wanted something, they got everything. They got everything they wanted. It was a rigged trial. We wanted a venue change where we could have a
We wanted a venue change. We wanted to go to Alabama. We wanted to go to Missouri. We wanted to go to Mississippi. And it was rigged. They told me you can't do the crime in New York and then get convicted in Alabama. What's going on, folks? I'm kidding. I'm sure he wanted to just go to Albany, which is what usually they do. In situations like this, when there is like a glaringly obvious act of like white supremacist police violence, for example, against a black person, immediately they're like, well, let's take this court case to Albany. You know? Why Albany? Upstate New York is much more conservative and much more white, not as diverse as New York City. So that the jury selection in that situation will favor whoever the reactionary is.
Fair trial. We didn't get it. We wanted a judge change. We wanted a judge that wasn't conflicted. And obviously he didn't do that. Nobody's ever seen anything like it.
How much are they paying you? Who is they? Oh, this is so good. We finally got the hogs back in, dude. This makes me so... Chat, you don't understand how happy I am when I see hogs in the chat. When hogs are back, I'm so happy. So much better than the annoying liberals. Oh my God. Election season starting early. Yeah. Greguki, we are excited to have you here. Please explain who you mean when you say they. Like, who do you think would be paying me other than you guys? Can you turn off your audio compressor when you burp, please? No. I feel like for Trumpers, never really stopped the political cycle. No, there has been so, dude, for quite some time, post-Trump getting owned in the electoral process, hogs just kind of died out in this community. And it made me so sad because I love them and they don't understand I love them. They don't understand that reality. I love them. I want to be around them. I want them to be in this community. I want them to come in and fucking chirp. I much prefer hogs to like liberal Zionist weirdos. I much prefer hogs to like annoying chirper woke scolds who come in to be like, when you burp into the microphone, it triggers my eating disorder or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, they're fun. God, we see, I got too excited and he fucking left already. He's not saying, oh, there's layers of cake to it and you're one of them. Sent it twice because I don't see it on your stream. There's layers of cake to it and you're one of them. What does that mean? See? The mind of the hog, dude. What? Why are you talking like you're the Riddler? What the fuck? I mean, I am caked up. Come on, dude. Give us more. Give us more. Give us more.
Who is a failed DA. Crime is rampant in New York, violent crime. That's what he's really supposed to be looking at. Crime is rampant in New York. Yesterday in McDonald's, you had a man hitting him up with machetes, a machete. Whoever can imagine even a machete being wielded in a...
I love this line of argument. I love this line of argument because like he just keeps repeating like other crimes happening. Like he's just like, I can't believe they're convicting me when other crimes are happening. Your Honor, there are murders happening every day. Solid defense, dude.
Store in a place where they're eating and he's going rampant, and Bragg is down watching a trial on what they call crimes. They're falsifying business records. That sounds so bad. To me, it sounds very bad. You know, it's only a misdemeanor, but to me, it sounds so bad when they say falsifying business. That's a bad thing for me. I've never had that before. I'm falsifying. You know what falsifying business records is? In the first degree. They say falsifying business records. Sounds so good, right? It means that legal expense. I paid a lawyer, totally legal. I paid a lawyer a legal expense. And a bookkeeper, without any knowledge from me, correctly marked it down in the books. A very professional woman, highly respected. She testified. Marked it down in the books as a legal expense. So a legal expense, paid a lawyer, is a legal expense in the books. It's not sheetrock, construction, or any other thing. It's a legal expense. Think of that. This is what the falsification of business records were. And I said, what else are you going to call it?
Wait, what do you mean? Yeah, you did put it down as a legal expense specifically because you got Michael Cohen to pay for it. The fuck do you mean? Why is he? Yeah, you cooked the fucking books, dog. It was for hush money. You know that right-wingers have a lot of sympathy for allegations that the life-ruining consequences of our justice system are somehow flawed.
What else are you going to call it? Now, I would have testified. I wanted to testify. The theory is you never testify because as soon as you testify, anybody, if it were George Washington, don't testify because they'll get you on something that you said slightly wrong and then they sue you for perjury. But I didn't care about that. I wanted to. But the judge allowed them to go into everything that I was ever involved in, not this case, everything that I was ever involved in, which is a first. In other words, you could go into every single thing that I ever did. Was he a bad boy here? Was he a bad boy there?
I am a bad boy, baddest of boys. Yeah, it's really fucked up that the judge allowed them to call into question in front of a jury his character across the board, which is certainly never done in trial. Yeah. Definitely. That's never happened before. First off, first time for everything, folks.
And my lawyer said, what do you need to go through? And all you wanted to do is testify simply on this case. Because I would have loved to have testified. To this day, I would have liked to have testified. But you would have said something out of whack, like it was a beautiful sunny day and it was actually raining out. And I very much appreciate the big crowd of people outside. That's incredible what's happening.
What?
The level.
Wait, that's another cell report. He's saying, you're a serial perjurer. Sir, we can't have you testify because you're a serial perjurer. You would have just said some shit. Yeah.
Level of support has been incredible. So the whole thing is legal expense was marked down as legal expense. Think of it. This is the crime that I committed that I'm supposed to go to jail for 187 years for. When you have violent crime all over this city at levels that nobody's ever seen before, where you have businesses leaving, and businesses are leaving because of this, because heads of businesses say, man, we don't want to get involved with that. I could go through the books of any business person in the city, and I could find things that in theory, I guess, let's indict him, let's destroy his...
Whoa. Whoa, chill, bro, chill. He's like, you don't understand. They're all criminals, which he's not wrong. Don't threaten me with a good time, sir. Fuck. Anyone and everyone. They're all doing it, folks. That's why they're running away.
Life. But I'm out there, and I don't mind being out there because I'm doing something for this country, and I'm doing something for our Constitution. It's very important, far beyond me. And this can't be allowed to happen to other...
Yeah. If this happened to me, it can happen to you too, folks. You could also be running for president and realize that there is a set up a catch and kill scheme with a local newspaper, and in the process realize that a porn star that you had sexual intercourse with might come out and openly reveal it, which could potentially harm, in your own calculations, could harm your chances of winning the election. So then you can call in your lawyer, your fixer, Michael Cohen, to go and pay hush money so that she doesn't come out with her story. Happens to me, could happen to you too. Who amongst us has not paid? Who amongst us has not paid hush money to a porn star? I thought these people were woke. I thought they were pro-sex work.
Other presidents. It should never be allowed to happen in the future. But this is far beyond me. This is bigger than Trump. This is bigger than me. This is bigger than my presidency. And the people understand it because I just see a poll just came out, the Daily Mail. That was the first one, came out, was done last night right after the verdict, where I'm up 6 points. 6 points from what we already were. We were leading fairly substantially. We're up 6 points in the Daily Mail poll. Now, maybe other polls come out and it says something differently. But a lot of people have predicted it because...
Maybe I'm stupid, but I genuinely don't understand why this is illegal. You can't take campaign funds and pay off hush money for a porn star and then masquerade it as there's 34 different reasons why it's illegal. But you can't shelter public opinion from something that could have potentially changed the election outcomes. You can't take campaign funds and pay off your lawyer under legal fees when it's just simply paying off hush money. You can't lie to the public like that. Can't do anything. You mean like the Biden laptop? Yes, just like the Biden laptop. The Brandon laptop. It's illegal, folks. Like, there are so many different avenues where he could have conducted himself in a different manner. Where he could have, like, part of the reason why he got caught and like they made the argument that he did this specifically for the election, because like there was a previous very similar case in the past where I believe a former another politician, I forget who it was, had a similar situation where he said that he actually paid specifically and like cooked the books specifically because he wanted to shelter the truth from his family. Didn't you defend Biden's laptop though? Biden's laptop? Guys, Hunter Biden is not running for the fucking... Oh, God. Come on, dude. 153. That's 7 minutes early, bro. That's way too fucking soon. Many people are hitting top of the hour ad break debates 7 minutes before the top of the hour, not in the 5 minute. I'm too hog horny right now. It is a weakness. 5 minutes. No. We have a 10-minute rule. Did that other hog respond? I think he left. Yeah, he just stopped talking. We got too excited. I think it was John Edwards. You can avoid those ads by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime, folks. Believe me. Twitch Prime is free. You can also get gifted a sub if you are lucky by the likes of Motorface and Adrian is online, gifting 5 individual gifted subs. When is the sentencing? July 11th, 4 days before the Republican National Convention. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
The public understands, and they understand what's going on. This is a scam. There's a rigged trial. It shouldn't have been in that venue. We shouldn't have had that judge. He should have allowed us to have an election expert. We had the best expert, most respected expert, head of the Federal Elections Commission. He was all set to testify. He was waiting for 2 days. And when it was his turn, Bragg's people protested. And the judge knocked him out, said, you can't testify. He actually said you can't testify for anything having to do with the trial. You can say what the federal elections is. Well, that doesn't help. Everybody knows that. But you can't testify. So essentially, he wasn't able to testify. Other people weren't able to testify. But with these people, they were able to use people salacious. By the way, and nothing ever happened. There was no anything. Nothing ever happened, and they know it. But they were as salacious as they could be, and it had nothing to do with the case, but it had to do with politics. And do you notice the timing? The timing was perfect. This case was dead. It was dropped by every agency, every governmental board. It was dropped by the highly respected Southern District. They said, no, there's no case here. It was dropped by federal election, and that's what it's about. This is about a federal election, not a state election. You're not even allowed to look at it. They took the state and the city, and they went into a federal election. They're not allowed. The people from federal election, Southern District, and Washington dropped the case. Everybody dropped the case. There was no case. Cy Vance dropped the case. And when Bragg came in, he said, this is the most ridiculous case I've ever seen. And who would have a certain person, again, gag order, who would have a certain person like this ever testify? He said, this is essentially one of the worst people I've ever seen ever to testify. He said, the craziest case I've ever seen. This is Bragg. Then when I announced I was running for president, a long time later, they decided to revive this case. And they got a judge, Judge Marchand, who was responsible for another case that was also brought. It destroyed the life of a very good man, by the way. Destroyed the life of a very good man who went to prison once, and then they just put him in prison again because they said he lied. He didn't lie. I looked at the statements he made. In fact, he didn't remember something, and they put him in jail. Again, they've destroyed him. With me for many years, he was an honorable person. He was an honest man. And if you look at what he did, supposedly, it never happened. There's never been anything like this over the education of his grandchildren.
I think the guy he's talking about is his wasn't it his like accountant or whatever, or not his accountant, but his people are saying Epstein. No, dude. It's Alan Weisselberg, former Trump executive, who was sentenced 5 months in jail for lying for perjury. A retired executive in Donald Trump's real estate empire was sentenced Wednesday to 5 months in jail for lying under oath during his testimony in the civil fraud lawsuit brought against the former president by New York's Attorney General. Weisselberg, 76, was escorted out of the courtroom in handcuffs following the sentencing. It's the second time behind bars. The former Trump Organization chief financial officer served 100 days last year for dodging taxes on the $1.7 million in company perks, including because he changed his like compensation structure to like a rent-free Manhattan apartment, luxury cars, I think like paid for the schools or something. Like he changed his compensation structure and dodged 1.7 million in taxes. When Weiselberg pleaded guilty last month to 2 counts of perjury, the Office of the Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg made a legally binding promise not to prosecute him for any other crimes he might have committed in connection with his longtime employment at the Trump organization. Weiselberg's plea deal also does not require him to testify at Trump's hush money trial, which is scheduled to start with jury selection on Monday. He accepted responsibility for his conduct and now looks forward to the end of this life-altering experience and returning to his family in his retirement. The 2 cases highlighted Weiselberg's unflinching loyalty to Trump, the presumptive Republican presidential nominee. The governor of Wisconsin has already declared a state of emergency over the RNC. So many people here in Milwaukee are worried about how this is going to amplify the shitstorm heading our way. I can't decide whether or not to leave during those days. Dude, are you kidding me? I kind of want to go to it. I feel like that's like the best. That's when the going gets good, dude. The hog watch will be unimaginable. Oh, think of the content, dude. I will be going to the DNC for sure. That's the hog safari, bitch. Trump's family employed Weiselberg for nearly 50 years. It gave him a $2 million severance deal. When the tax charges prompted him to retire, the company continues to pay his legal bills. Weiselberg testified twice in trials that went badly for Trump, but each time he took pains to suggest that his boss hadn't committed any serious wrongdoing. He's a real loyal guy. Too scared to head out to Naperville when you're in Chicago, I bet. Oh, yeah. I got shooters out in Naperville. Anyway. There's no way this guy didn't narc on Trump. No, I think he literally lied for Trump. So the stream not hitting like he used to. Scroll up, it's jank. Are you okay, dude? Oh my God, Hillary Clinton, live Hillary Clinton reaction.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Anything going on today? Thank you.
Oh my God. Lock her up. Lock her up, folks.
He didn't report that he had a car or 2 cars on his income. I don't know. I wonder how many people here have cars. I wonder how many people said, oh, gee, I have a car that's worth X dollars. How do you even figure it? And I guess you do have to report it, but I would say probably almost nobody does. Nobody even thinks about it. They put this man, they destroyed this man, but they put him in jail again because they didn't want him to testify. They didn't want him to testify. That's why he went to jail. Put him in jail twice. He's 77 years old. Now, normally I'd say that's an old guy, but I don't feel 77. Nobody ever says that about me. I'd like them to say, gee, we have to have a little sorrow for this man, because they just don't say that about me, but maybe I'm better off that way. I think I'm probably better off that way. But they put him in jail twice. And you have to see what they put him in jail. And he was threatened by the judge. This man was told, you're going to get 15 years in jail if you don't give up Trump. And he was told that. You're going to get 15 years in jail. And he made a plea deal because he didn't want to spend the rest of his life. And he was told that viciously. We're living
Not even
in a
nice.
fascist state. He was told that viciously. So you can go to jail for 4 months, 5 months, or you can get 15 years in jail. So do a plea. Almost who wouldn't do that plea? Everyone does those pleas. It's a horrible thing. There's a whole group of lawyers that fight that. It's so unfair. It's so unfair. But they destroyed his life. So many other things. You look at Southern District didn't want to bring the case. Nobody wanted to bring the case. And then you know who didn't want to bring the case? Most of all, is Bragg. Bragg didn't want to bring it. But then he
didn't
brought
want
it.
to do it.
And they tried to make it a different case. They didn't say legal expense.
Why are people so determined to defend this motherfucker despite how horrible a person he is and all the shit he's done? Genuine question. Like, I seriously can't comprehend it because they're horrible too. And they're horrible in a similar way. And he does a phenomenal job of being like the beacon of anger. They can all just like relentlessly support and cause him to vent all of their frustrations about liberal Democrats ruining the country. That's it. He is their god because he owns the fucking libs. He owns them so thoroughly. And that's the real reason why he's going to prison, folks. I mean, he's not, but imagine if he did. That'd be awesome.
Equal legal expense. Again, if I wrote down and paid a lawyer, and by the way, this was a highly qualified lawyer. Now, I'm not allowed to use his name because of the gag order. But, you know, he's a sleazebag. Everybody knows that. Took me a while to find out. But he was effective. He did work. But he wasn't a fixer. He was a lawyer. You know, they like to use the word fixer. He wasn't a fixer. He was a lawyer. At the time, he was a fully accredited lawyer. Now, he got into trouble not because of me. He got into trouble because he made outside deals and he had something to do with taxi cabs and medallions and he borrowed money. And that's why he went. And then he pled to three election violations. And as soon as I saw that, I said, I wonder why he did that. He pled. He took a deal. Now, he took a deal because he wanted to get off. In other words, I'll take a plea deal and I want to get off. And he wanted to make a deal with the Southern District. And they wrote the worst report I think I've ever seen on any human being, other than the report that was written on James Comey by the Inspector General, a very great Inspector General, actually, wrote a report that was so bad. This one was possibly worse. The Southern District, the judge didn't let us use it. He said, it's hearsay. I said, it's not hearsay. Wouldn't let us use it. This is about the man. But he got in trouble for a very simple reason, because he was involved with borrowing a lot of money and he did something with the banks. I don't know if it's defrauded the banks, but something happened. You guys know what it is. And then in addition to that, he gave up on three things where he wasn't guilty. In fact, they were going to testify in that. The head of the FEC, the Brad Smith, the election expert, #1 rated in the country, was going to testify. He took a plea on three things. He just added them in because that gave him more bargaining power with respect to me. But the three things that he pled on, having to do with the election and having to do essentially a little bit with me, they weren't crimes. They weren't crimes. Nor is paying money under an NDA. So we have an NDA, non-disclosure agreement. It's a big deal in non-disclosure agreement. Totally honorable, totally good, totally accepted. Everybody has them. Every company has non-disclosure agreements. But
what was it for? What was it for, though? I just can't remember what it was. If you could refresh my memory. Who was getting the hush money? The non-disclosure agreement money? And what were they not allowed to disclose? I just can't remember. I just cannot remember what it is, what it was. I feel like that is kind of, just interesting.
But the press called it slush fund and all sorts of other things. Hush money, hush money. It's not hush money. It's called the non-disclosure agreement. And most of the people in this room have a non-disclosure agreement with their company. It's a disgrace. So
That's
it's
so
not
funny. Like, he's talking about it. He's talking about paying off a porn star to not reveal that they had sex right before an election, as though it's like you're working on proprietary tech and you don't want it to be revealed to your fucking competing corporations. You know what I mean? It's like, my penis, it's proprietary, folks. If the other real estate moguls found out what I do with this penis, you best believe it, they'd use it too. The way I move in the bedroom. It's just a normal NDA.
not hush money. It's a non-disclosure agreement, totally legal, totally common. Everyone has it. And what happened is he signed a non-disclosure agreement with this person, I guess other people, but it's totally honest. You're allowed to make the payment.
Why won't he just? It's just weird when he wants to like address the issue. It's funny when he wants to address the issue, but can't specifically name names. Partially because of the gag order. For the record, this is a consequence of the gag order. In some respects, and also because like if he were to talk about the actual details of the situation, people are gonna be like, wait, what? Like he's just reminding people that he fucked Stormy Daniels and then tried to silence her before the election. Which is, of course, also doubly funny because he has denied having sex with her as well.
You don't have to make it. You can make it anyway.
Why even bother paying her? Would anyone even care if he fucked her? That is another incredible question. And the answer, which makes it even funnier, is that no, people objectively would not care. Because we now know, he didn't even have to fucking do it. He personally thought people would care at the time, clearly, because they literally, in private conversations, openly stated, he said, wait until after the election and then we won't even need to pay her. Which is a direct way to prove that this was for election reasons, okay? Just hold off on paying her until after the election and we won't have to pay her. Still confused why she even agreed to sign it, though? What do you mean? What? Get the bag, son? What are you talking about? Money. Hello? Who wouldn't want that bag? Are you kidding me?
The way you want. It's a non-disclosure.
Yeah, are you first of all, she deserves it. Okay? For fucking this thing? I mean, come on. What are you going to do? Not milk it? Yeah, she worked hard for that shit. Secondly, I love that you said Melania would care. Okay.
And he signed that. And there was nothing wrong with signing it. And this should have been a non-case. And everybody said it was a non-case, including Bragg. Bragg said, until I ran for office. And then they saw the polls. I was leading the Republicans. I was leading the Democrats. I was leading everybody. And all of a sudden, they brought it back. It's a very sad thing that's happening in our country. And it's a It's a thing that I'm honored. In a way, I'm honored. It's not that it's pleasant. It's very bad for family. It's very bad for friends and businesses. But I'm honored to be involved in it because somebody has to do it. And I might as well keep going and be the one. But I'm very honored to be involved because we're fighting for our Constitution. The money that was paid legally. There was nothing illegal. In fact, the lawyer in creating the NDA, because at that time he was a fully accredited lawyer. He wasn't a fixer. I never thought of him as a fixer. The media called him
Okay.
a fixer, or the prosecutors.
Who's the lawyer, man? Who are you talking about, dude?
Called him a fixer. He was a lawyer, and he was fairly good. Later on, I didn't like what he did. I didn't like, for instance, I didn't like that when I became president, he went around and made deals with companies. When I heard that, he was gone. He was gone. And he had payments coming to him. And a lot of this involved things that are very simple. There was nothing wrong. This was standard stuff, all standard stuff. Everything involved was standard. There was no crime here. In fact, I just watched a couple of the reports. You watched Jonathan Turley, Andy McCarthy, Greg Jarrett. You look at all of these people.
All the best of the
Mark
best.
Levin, all very talented people, great people. Many more. And they don't know me, essentially. They don't know me. They're legal scholars and experts. But I look at them. I watched Turley this morning saying, there's no crime here. Everybody says there's no crime here.
Okay, let's get into the details of it a little bit because I feel like we haven't really discussed the nitty-gritty. Okay? So, former President Trump's conviction in New York stemmed from a $130,000 hush money payment to his attorney, Michael Cohen, which Michael Cohen made to adult film star Stormy Daniels in the days before the 2016 election. Prosecutors said the deal was meant to keep voters in the dark about Daniels' allegation that she had sex with Trump years earlier, which he denies. But the actual charges that Trump faced were far less salacious and dealt with the comparatively mundane paperwork that was generated for when he reimbursed Michael Cohen for the payment. 34 counts of falsification of business records in the first degree, which is a felony in New York. He pleaded not guilty when he was arraigned last year. So here's how the story starts. In 2017, Cohen and Alan Weisselberg, an executive at Trump Organization, reached an agreement about how Cohen would be repaid for the $130,000 that he sent to Daniels in exchange for her silence. Weisselberg detailed the calculations in handwritten notes that were shown to jury at trial. Cohen would receive $130,000 for the Daniels payment, plus $50,000 intended for a technology company that did unrelated work for Trump. That amount was doubled to account for taxes that Cohen would have to pay on the income. Weisselberg then tacked on an extra $60,000 as a bonus for Cohen, who was upset that his regular year-end award had been cut. The total worked out to $420,000. Okay? Cohen would be paid in a series of monthly payments of $35,000 over the course of 2017. The first check was $70,000 covering 2 months. Cohen sent an invoice to the Trump Organization for each check, portraying the payment as his retainer. Every time he was paid, a bookkeeper generated a record for the company's files known as a voucher with the description legal expense. The first 3 payments were made from Trump's trust, while the remaining 9 came from his personal account. Each of the 34 charges against Trump corresponded to a check, invoice, and voucher generated to reimburse Cohen. The prosecution laid out the charges in a chart that jurors saw several times during the trial. Prosecutors said Trump knew the payments were to reimburse Cohen for the Daniels payment, not for his legal expenses. The jury voted to convict on all 34 counts. How say you the first count of the indictment guilty, the foreperson responded, repeating the answer 33 times. Under New York law, the falsification of business records is a crime when the records are altered with an intent to defraud. To be charged as a felony, prosecutors must also show that the offender intended to commit another crime or aid or conceal another crime when falsifying the records. In Trump's case, prosecutors said that the other crime was a violation of New York election law. That makes it illegal for any two or more persons to conspire to promote or prevent the election of any person to a public office by unlawful means. What exactly those unlawful means were in this case up for the jury to decide. Prosecutors put forth 3 areas that they could consider: a violation of federal campaign finance laws, falsification of other business records, or a violation of tax laws. Jurors did not need to agree on what the underlying unlawful means were, but they did have to unanimously conclude that Trump caused the business records to be falsified and that he did so with intent to defraud that included an intent to commit another crime or to aid or conceal the commission thereof. Trump's defense was that they were paying Cohen not because of the Stormy Daniels hush money payment, but instead that was just like regular old legal fees, which is wrong. It's just a lie, right? And that the descriptions on the invoices and records were accurate. Cohen held the title personal attorney to the president once Trump took office and was being paid for his legal services under an unwritten retainer agreement. Therefore, the argument went, no business records were falsified. Except the problem is, Michael Cohen openly did say, no, this is for hush money. And also, there was enough evidence to show that it was definitely for hush money, including, but not limited to, the handwritten fucking note. So, you know, he's cooked in that situation. Okay, but what was the crime? He claimed it was wrong on his taxes, according to them. That's what we're going for because we couldn't get him on anything else. I don't even want to vote for him, but it's obvious. I don't even want to vote for him, but it's obvious this all to sway the election. Trump paying Stormy, the laptop, these trials, it's all these 2 key players attempting to sway the election in their favor. How would you define hush money on your taxes? Well, the problem is you just don't define it because you don't do it. Or if you do it, you just let it ride. Also, I can't believe you're bringing up the laptop unironically. Are people genuinely bringing up the laptop unironically, thinking that this was actually genuinely changing the outcome of the election? Like, what the fuck are we talking about here? Hunter Biden is not running for president. Hunter Biden is not, once again, running for president. Hunter Biden was never running for president. He's not running for president. What the fuck are you guys talking about? Do you think that Hunter Biden is running for president? Is this Hunter Biden has access to the president? No. Hunter Biden is not running for president, though. Hunter Biden having access to the president as the president's son does not change that reality. He is not running for president. What are you saying? I wish he was. That would be very cool. But alas, he is not. He's done deals with the business deals with the president. No, he has not. And he so super has not done business deals with the president that like the Republican investigation into exactly what you're just repeating straight up found zero conclusive evidence that showed that Hunter Biden was actually colluding or collaborating with the president in any capacity. I cannot believe you just said Burisma. The Republicans themselves have dropped this. Maybe Fox News is just picking it back up now. But the Republican congressional inquiry found zero evidence to show what you are currently championing here. That's just not true. He used his name to get the position, making promises to give them access so he could get a job he wasn't qualified for. Yes, you're absolutely right about that. That part is absolutely correct. But that's not what you just said. You just said he's done business deals with the president. Unless you were the Better Business Bureau of Ukraine, this should not be a matter for you to be concerned with. Him defrauding Burisma into believing that he has more access to the president and more sway with the fucking vice president at the time, not the president at the time, for the record, does not mean that he successfully changed Biden's mind on policy. At least the other national security risks based on that precedent? No, it does not. Because I hate Joe Biden, but he genuinely, as far as we know, did not actually work with Hunter Biden in any capacity whatsoever. As a matter of fact, the decision that Joe Biden made or championed as vice president at the time was literally universally demanded by European counterparts, by the Republicans that also sent open letters to the administration that actually went against Burisma, because the prosecutor that Joe Biden wanted to remove from his position of power was holding up the Burisma investigation. So you're wrong on literally basic facts that you would have known even if you paid a little bit of attention all the way back when the first time the Trump administration, while they were the president, tried to bring this up as a counter. God, I love this guy is a 10-month subscriber. I love that. Also, it is hilarious to make this assertion. Like, I'm not a defender of the Bidens, except for Hunter Biden. I do defend him. But I'm not a defender of Joe Biden. That's number one. Number two, if you think that it's presenting a national security risk, are you fucking insane? Have you looked at the Trump family? Jared Kushner was running train on American foreign policy so he could fucking sell off assets to like Saudi royals and shit. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm missing the part where there's no national security risk. If it was Trump's son, I feel like it would be a different story. First of all, it was Trump's son. It was Trump's son-in-law and Trump's children too. What the fuck are you talking about? It was Trump's daughter. What are we talking about here? It would not be a different story. It would be the same story. The only difference is that in this story, they actually successfully did deals. Hunter Biden never actually followed through on any of the promises that he made to Burisma. So this is what I mean. Are you the Better Business Bureau of Ukraine? Are you the Better Business Bureau of Ukraine who's like, we demand compensation from the Biden family because Hunter Biden lied to us about the access that he seemingly said he had that he actually didn't? Is that what you're doing here? Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Don't take Hunter Biden's side. Both are bad. I'm sorry, dude. My man is pro-unionization of sex work, loves doing the proletarian drug of crack cocaine, not just like regular cocaine, but straight crack cocaine. Hung like a fucking horse. He's got it all, baby. He is, as far as fail sons goes, he is one of the best. Like, think about it this way. Think about it this way. Hunter Biden or fucking Eric Trump. It's not even a question. It's not even a fucking question. It's ridiculous. Plus, they did all the stupid ass hearings in the House and got less than nothing. I know. It's so funny to have this argument right now after the Republicans tried to run with this story, with this narrative, and it completely fucking failed. It just completely failed. Like Hunter Biden also was never in the government, whereas Trump's children were involved in it. So that's the other part of this as well. How can you even compare Eric Trump to Hunter Biden? That's what I'm saying. Like, you can't do that because Hunter Biden fucking gaps him so hard. He's awesome in comparison to Eric Trump, who is just like so wormy and so shitty and so annoying. Anyway, where's that one chatter that I was clicking on? I lost him. What was his username? Has he responded? Generally speaking. Where's the smoke for Hunter? No one cares about that. Is the proximity he has to the president? Wait, no one cares about what? That one was like directly a part of the administration and the other had no access? That's like fundamentally important. That is probably the most important thing. Because guess what? If roles were reversed and Hunter Biden was officially working with the Biden administration, even if he was a fucking vice president at the time and not the president, I promise you the Republicans would have more evidence to actually tie Hunter Biden back to Joe Biden, which they didn't. Okay? I hate having this argument because it makes me seem like I'm a dick rider for the Democratic Party, and I am certainly not. Okay? It is nepotism through and through. Hunter Biden used his last name to get a bunch of fucking jobs he did not have any business doing. Okay? But because he is also an abject failure, he failed to follow through on the fucking promises. I hate having this argument because it makes me seem like a dick rider for Trump. Well, you kind of are a dick rider for Trump if you are personally repeating shit that the Republican Party is not even repeating at this point. The difference is I'm trafficking in truths. You, on the other hand, are portraying falsehoods that have been literally time and time again confirmed not to be true. So much so that the Republicans had to do a closed door meeting on the issue so they could fucking lie to Fox News. And even then, nothing came of it. Do you understand? The difference between you and I is that, like, while I am jokingly saying, you know, I dick ride Hunter or whatever, or / talk about like the actual truth of the matter, you, on the other hand, are peddling falsehoods, whether you recognize it or not. That's precisely the reason why it seems like you might be a little bit kind of pro-Trump, not just seemingly pro-Trump. Oh, fuck. How could I forget? The Republican star witness got arrested by the FBI for just straight lying, too. The one thing that the Republicans needed in this situation was a way to directly connect Hunter Biden to Joe Biden. And yet all of the people that were involved in the Burisma scandal, all of the people that were involved across the board, unfortunately for the Republicans, kept saying, nah, you know, Joe Biden would pick up the phone, but they never talked about business or anything. You know, his other son was dying. Of course, he's going to pick up the fucking phone when the one remaining son that's not dying is calling. Turns out, though, the one guy that did actually connect it, in air quotes, he was lying. So, and also a foreign agent. I was, but I wanted Tulsi Gabbard. You're a Tulsi Gabbard stan? What the fuck? Tulsi is the absolute worst. What the fuck are we talking about? Trump too dramatic and keeps escalating. You like Tulsi Gabbard? What the? He's like, I don't want. I want a person who claimed that they were anti-imperialist and then literally went to Africa to work alongside the CIA. I fucking knew it. He's a Jimmy Dore fan. Oh, God. Tulsi Gabbard sucks. Like, straight up sucks. We talk a lot about, like, you know what's really funny? We talk a lot about, like, Israel dick riders in Congress who are just like, I love Israel more than I love America, actually, whatever, right? Okay, Tulsi rides for India. It's like, substitute a Zionist for, I guess, like a pro-Hindutva fascist? Like, what are we doing here? It's wild to come in here personally while Biden is literally directly responsible for an ongoing ethnic cleansing campaign being conducted with our political cover and our tax dollars and our guns and our ammunition, and have me talk about the one aspect of the fucking Biden camp that actually unironically doesn't clear the bar for political corruption. It's ridiculous. If you want to shit on Brandon, or if you want me to shit on Brandon, okay, come at me with some actual shit. Not the fact that the American public has a constitutional right to see Hunter Biden's penis, okay? It's ridiculous. Tulsi Gabbard is the most anti-war candidate we've had in our lifetime. Brother, Tulsi Gabbard personally, in the midst of her anti-war sentiment, first of all, she's not. She's a fucking psychopathic, rabid Islamophobe. So you're out of your goddamn mind. Secondly, Tulsi Gabbard is literally in the CIA. What the fuck are you talking about? What? When? Dude, what? How are you a fucking Tulsi dick rider right now, bro? What the fuck? Tulsi Gabbard straight up went to Africa to do covert wars for the CIA. And Tulsi is Islamophobic before Israel. Well, Israel never stopped, but Here, let me break your fucking brain, dummy.
Have you hear what's...
Oh, that's Tulsi Gabbard, a Fox News commentator who substituted for Tucker Carlson time and time again. What does she have to say about Israel? From November 15, 2023. I joined over 290,000 Americans at the historic March for Israel yesterday in Washington, D.C. to take a stand against anti-Semitism, against Islamist terrorists, and to stand in solidarity with the Jewish people who face unprecedented threats and attacks. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris were a no-show. One reason I left the Dem Party is because it is led by and rife with Islamist apologists and protectors who label anyone who opposes Islamist terrorists like Hamas as Islamophobe.
There are tens of thousands gathering at the National Mall showing their support for Israel and to condemn hatred of Jews. One of those at the rally is our next guest.
We wouldn't be on the cusp of World War III if she was president right now. Being on Fox is the only way for her to get her name out. Bro, you are such a simp. Oh my God. Oh my God. You are like, bro, jerk off. Go Go click out of this broadcast right now and masturbate and then come back. Okay, you have to. It's done. I'm prescribing you one jerk off session before you continue typing because, oh my fucking God, you have to be the horniest man in America right now at this very moment. You need post-nut clarity, bro. I don't think Jen is a man. Okay, flick the bean then. Okay, flick the fucking bean and then come back. I'm prescribing you one goon session before you ever write about Tulsi Gabbard ever again. Okay, you need to rub one out. It's pretty funny when all it takes for a chatter to think that like a politician somehow is honest is if they say that they're anti-war. It's like Trump said he's anti-war too. The fuck do you mean? And between Trump and Tulsi Gabbard, one of them was the president and demonstrated that he's not actually anti-war. The other one also directly went and worked with the CIA in Africa. Fuck!
Reach.
Oh, hell yeah. Ben Shapiro's crying. This is awesome. Tulsi Gabbard says she would be honored to be Trump's running mate. Yeah. What are we doing here? What the fuck is happening? She has experience. She knows the brutality of war. Okay. There's no way you flick the bean that quickly. Okay. You're still going off this like Tulsi Gabbard is anti-war shit. She's not. You're insane. Like the homophobic cult stuff doesn't even like Tulsi Gabbard is so bad on the issues broadly that that like the homophobic cult stuff doesn't even come into question yet, okay? Yeah.
Aloha, everyone. You haven't heard much from me lately. I've been gone for the last 4 months, serving on an active duty tour and deployment to Africa as a civil affairs officer. I was supporting a special forces mission to go after Al-Qaeda affiliated jihadists. Now, every single day, it was truly my honor to work with incredible patriots, experienced, focused warriors with an unwavering commitment.
I never fell for Tulsi like so many of the left did, but I'm still shocked by how hard her right turn was. I never was shocked, and I was literally the #1 anti-Tulsi Gabbard and anti-Andrew Yang guy on the left for years. I was the premium leftist guy who kept yelling at all the other leftists who were like falling under the spell of Tulsi Gabbard from the jump. Day one. Day one. Okay. I think Michael Brooks had you beat. No, it was Michael Brooks and I were 100% in alignment from day one. There was not a single fucking moment. Yeah, there's like clips of me all the way back in 2018 chirping about her. And even before then. Day one. Okay, come on, give Sam Cedar or Michael Brooks some credit. You were number 3 at, oh, no. No, I'll fucking talk. I'll earn it. Day one certified Tulsi hater. I was duking it out. So, yeah, no. Tulsi Gabbard is like RFK Jr. in one very specific reason. Tulsi, just like RFK Jr. is this version of Tulsi Gabbard now, is a crank, right? So she presents herself as like a beacon for all the cranks. And so did Andrew Yang in some ways. They are never going to get broad political momentum, but they love getting like these fucking weirdos, libertarians, you know? And for the most part, just like RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard is like almost 100% aligned with whichever political party that she wants to be affiliated with, right? It could be the Democratic Party or it could be the Republican Party. For Tulsi, it was both. For RFK Jr. is 100% aligned with the Democratic Party on everything. If you look at their policy papers, it is literally like any other run-of-the-mill Democrat. But then there's one issue that they're like a total fucking crank on. For RFK Jr., the issue is vaccines and medicine in general. Okay? That's it. For Tulsi Gabbard, it was, I guess, her presenting herself as a fucking anti-war person, but she really wasn't, ever. Anyway, medicine in general is a crazy thing to say, Lamau. I mean, he is. So what do you want me to say about it? Anyway, let's get back to fun stuff. I don't want to talk about Tulsi. She's irrelevant. Who gives a shit? Ridiculous stuff. Let's hear from some patriots.
In days to come, that I might get enough strength back to be able to jump right up and salute you.
Bro's about to die, dude. Bro's on his deathbed. He's like, I love you, Trump. I love you, Donald John Trump. Bro, you are literally... Bro is on 1 HP.
Because that is, in my book, you are Commander-in-Chief. That's just the way I feel about you. And I have hundreds of thousands of people who feel the same way. And I'm glad that I'm a part of it. And
bro, you are not voting for Donald Trump because you are dead before November. Okay, let me just tell you right now. What is this? Hope Miss Behar has extra strong diapers when Trump wins in November. Joey Behar says she was so excited when the verdict came out, she started leaking a little bit. Ew. Ew. These people have no shame, dude. Okay, maybe they lived up too hard. 5 years ago, you shitting on Tulsi.
Really great to see.
Wait, before you leave, can you give me your take on why you like Tulsi? Because, yeah, I was yelling at, I was even talking to Kyle about this because he was one of those, like, he was one of those guys that, like, got swept away with the Tulsa shit. But we're not going to do this right now. Come on. Here's a VOD of that chatter wearing a MAGA hat. Wait, what?
I'll be able to tell you when it's all over.
We like
A lot
this.
of the governors have done a really terrific job. Some I don't think have, to be honest, but we'll be talking about that in the future.
Oh my God. Okay, people have the capacity to change. That's crazy. What the fuck? Yo, I love this chatter. Generally speaking, you are the GOAT. Okay? From Trump's last conviction.
Well. So Donald Trump has finally been put behind bars. Just as I had suspected. Just as I had predicted many years ago. To everybody watching, to all the conservatives, the Tower of Dominoes is about to fall, and you must be ready for the consequences of your actions. The Democrats are beginning to rise in crazy ways. God bless everybody, and let's celebrate today. Cheers.
Eric is a memer. For those of you who don't understand, this is a joke. Okay, he's portraying himself as a. Oh God, I hate when he's the man. Yeah, I hate when we have like a person who's like very clearly doing a bit, and then I just have to like remind everybody how bits work and what comedy is and how you're supposed to react to that sort of thing. You know what I mean? Anyway, let's look at what Fox News is saying. Actually, you know what? Before we do that, hold up. I'll play more clips of. We'll do Hogwatch more. But let's hear what fucking Mickey Cohen had to say about the Trump guilty verdict.
Michael, thanks for coming back.
Good to see you, George.
GMA. You were here with us sitting in that chair in March 2023. You predicted this outcome. So you're not surprised.
I gotta pee.
No, I'm not. In fact, next month, George, is when you and I sat down for that historic change in my life. That was July 1st of 2018, 6 years ago, when I turned around and I told you that my wife, my daughter, my son, and my country have my first loyalty. And this has been one heck of a journey in order to keep it.
One heck of a journey. How about that time in the courtroom? What was the toughest moment for you?
I really didn't have a single moment that was tougher than the 21 hours that they had me on the stand, whether it was on direct or on cross-examination. The whole thing was very tough. It's emotionally draining because you have to be perfect. I knew that any mistake that I made would be just it would become the topic of conversation that would just explode. And so I really just needed to stay focused. And it wasn't easy with Todd Blanche. He's a meanderer as it goes to questioning.
He called you the greatest liar of all time. You've been convicted for lying. Are you done lying?
Yeah, you know, I want people to also remember, I take responsibility for what I did. But remember that the lie, we have to remember what it was. It was the number of times that I claimed to have spoken to Donald about the failed Trump Tower Moscow project. I stated 3 versus 10. I shouldn't have done it, but I did it in coordination and at the direction of Donald, Jay Sekulow, Ivanka, Jared, Abilol, Ty Cobb. There was a whole group of people involved in the creation of that document. Now, I don't ignore my responsibility. I accepted it and in part went to prison for it. But I don't want people to think, you know, just because you lied about that, I didn't really think it was all that material, but I took responsibility for it.
And you're done now?
Absolutely done.
Did you have any moments in the courtroom where you actually had some kind of contact, communication with Donald Trump?
Only once. The rest of the time, he had his eyes closed. He was slumped back, not sure whether he was sleeping or just resting his eyes, as he would say. But there was very limited interaction, not to mention where you sit. It's very difficult to see the defendant the way that the judge's box versus the witness box to see the defendant who's more to the right. I had a better view to the left of me of the jury than I did of Donald.
I'm just wondering what that was like for you. You spent years fighting for Donald Trump, bullying people for Donald Trump, even lying, as you just said, for Donald Trump in coordination with his people. Do you wish you'd never met him?
I do. This has been enormously difficult on my family more than anything. It's been hard on me, but as hard as it is on me, watching my family suffer as a direct result of my actions and the misloyalty that I gave to Donald, it's something that haunts me every day.
So how did you feel when you heard that first guilty?
I let out just a gasp of air. I can't, 6 years. Remember the first time.
Rat! Fucking snitch!
That I met with the District Attorney of New York's people. I was a prisoner in Otisville. I was in my greens. And they came back 2 more times after that. 3 times.
Trump is not the first president to do terrible crimes and are being convicted on such tiny crimes. Obviously, overreach of the judiciary. You wouldn't have been happy about Lula's conviction? Yes, because I like Lula. And he was prosecuted for being a good person in general under trumped up charges that were completely made up. Whereas for Donald Trump, his charges were marginal overall, and he won't even go to prison. He literally just avoided the top of the hour ad break without actually fucking subscribing. You don't go to jail for that. You just watch a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. You can't be trying to fucking bait me like that. You can't be trying to bait me like that. At 255, nonetheless. Get out of here. Now, we watched the Trump thing. We'll look at the voter impact before we do Hogwatch, and then we'll get to the Brandon Israel stuff. Okay.
Big questions. What will the verdict mean to voters? Our political director, Rick Klein, joins us now. Good morning, Rick.
Yeah, good morning, Michael. This was a long trial with a lot of embarrassing developments for Donald Trump. But if anything, Donald Trump is stronger now than he was at the start of the trial. You see this very narrow lead that's been pretty persistent, Donald Trump leading by about 2 points as of now. But that said, there are Trump voters who have said that a verdict in this matter would make a big difference. This was from our poll from a couple of weeks ago. We saw 80% of Trump's supporters say they would continue to support him no matter what. But that's another 20% total that would either reconsider or withdraw their support based on a conviction. That's 1 in 5 Trump voters, which is an enormous number in an election that is expected to be as close as this one. And here's just one example of how that plays out in practice. This is a poll from just a couple of weeks ago. Like many other polls, a narrow Trump lead if you just ask the straight head-to-head 44-40. But if you add that condition, you ask people, what if he's convicted? You see Trump support dropping by 5 points, Biden's growing by 3 points, a much different race suddenly if you talk about a conviction. The bottom line is we are in uncharted territory. There is really no precedent for this. And we've talked to some voters, undecided voters, who say they're more firmly in Biden's camp, even some who say this is pushing them toward Trump. But we're not going.
I want to know about the voter who will now vote for Trump, even though he was a Biden voter beforehand, but he hated the unjustifiable criminal trial against Donald Trump. And when I say criminal, I mean not Trump is the criminal, but instead the criminal is the judge and Alvin Bragg.
Going to know, and the bottom line is in an election this close, everything can matter.
Do you think Trump supporters actually care about the conviction? Fuck no. Absolutely not. The only people that would potentially maybe sway in either direction would be those who are in the margins, those who are like still iffy on voting for Trump, that are like alarmed by his corruption, alarmed by his chaos that he brings, and that's it. But overall, if you send me the fucking cop brutality from the encampments one more goddamn time, I'm gonna fucking launch you into orbit. That's not what we're talking about right now. We'll get to the UCSC students when we get to the Palestine part of the broadcast. Holy fuck, dude. Jesus Christ.
This clearly could be a huge development.
Meantime, what price does he pay politically?
Okay, let's watch the fucking Fox weirdos mauled over this shit now.
If you don't watch Fox News, here are 5 totally real and definitely not made up stories you might have missed this week. Trump's Guilty Edition. Yesterday, a New York jury found former President Donald Trump guilty on all 34 counts in his hush money trial. And Fox News didn't take it great.
I'd like to have our constitutional republic back.
These evil men and women will be vanquished.
Revolution is in our DNA. We are fighters, and I hope it's only at the ballot box.
This is a textbook Stalinist kangaroo court banana republic Orwellian show trial.
This is what you see in banana republics.
Banana republic garbage.
Soviet-style justice.
Soviet-style show trial.
We've got a kangaroo court.
This is a kangaroo court.
This is so Orwellian.
I guess we all need, to shop at Banana Republic from now on? Because that's what it...
Fucking got him, baby! Banana Republic. Soviet Union style banana republic Orwellian banana republic, Soviet Union, Stalin, purges.
Feels like, yeah, a banana republic.
If any of that sounds familiar, it's because they say this every time Trump has a legal issue of any sort. In fact, they said it so often in 2022 that I made a fake horror movie trailer titled The Deep State's Revenge: Dawn of the Banana Republics. But this time is different, of course. This time, it was rigged. I mean, how else could Donald Trump lose? He was represented by the greatest legal mind of our time, Donald Trump.
How involved was Donald Trump in his own defense?
I mean, very involved. And he's a smart guy. He knows what he's doing.
Okay, but like, does he? I mean, did you see the verdict? Hope he pays you, though. That's one thing he is not great at.
Donald Trump is the strongest.
She must have missed the part where he points to the camera, turns to the camera, and directly goes, Mom, if you're watching, I promise he's paying me.
This man I've ever met.
Obviously, Jesse Waters, who was on the verge of tears all night, had a lot of...
The narratives go both ways. Again, this solidified his presidency in November. Yeah, totally. This is definitely... Like, what are you saying? Like, what are you saying? You're saying that, like, people are just like, yep, that's it. Now I'm definitely voting for him. No, people loved him already and they're going to vote for him. Nobody's going, oh yeah, I wasn't going to vote for him, but now I definitely am. Like, that's ridiculous.
Thoughts about this verdict?
These are wicked people, whether Soros was involved in any way. This man's life is a Greek tragedy. From billionaire, bankruptcy, TV star, Hollywood Walk of Fame, divorces, marriages, children. And then you have investigations and hoaxes and a pandemic.
First off, wow. Second, I love how Jesse cites the existence of Trump's children as part of a Greek tragedy. Don't get me wrong, I agree, but probably for different reasons. But it's even more laughable that Jesse wants to pretend Trump cares about his children. I mean, he threw a coup on one of their birthdays. Yeah, Eric's birthday is January 6th. I feel like we don't talk about this enough. Speaking of Eric, Don Jr. Last night, Don Jr. could not stop trashing Fox News. The reasons were a little fuzzy.
Fox conservative, all bullshit. Shannon Bream was like, how do you know it's a political thing yesterday? Like, to Alina Hub, I'm like, how do you know it's a political? Like, that was Shannon Bream on Fox News, the legal correspondent. How do you know this? It's like, really? What are you, a fucking dolt? I can't get back. They won't have me on Fox anymore because I'll actually say the truth.
How does he have the exact vibe of the worst bar back at any nightclub? Bro is about to throw a chair when I say I don't want to hang out in the back of his Nissan Altima.
Oh, we're very MAGA. Bullshit.
It is really good to be back after such a chaotic last week. Thank you to everyone for your nice messages and thoughts. My phone was basically melting, so I didn't get to respond to all of them.
Why is he allowed to be so zooted, dude? It's crazy. And not even in a cool way. See, this is why I'm saying Hunter Biden on top. Don Jr. makes cocaine look bad, bro. Oh, fuck. It's crazy. Hunter Biden made crack seem like the classy option. It's because it is. I told you. Crack is the proletarian drug. Shouts out to Kat. She needs our support right now. She got laid off from Media Matters. Everyone, alongside many other wonderful journalists. George Soros Bucks is no longer working in the direction of Media Matters, unfortunately. But anyway, let's get to Judge Janine.
Or does he not pay politically as that appeals process, plays out and he now calls to the American people to deliver their own verdict in November?
Well, I think that the American people will be struck by this, as we are all struck by it, in different ways. I, as a former prosecutor and a judge who knows the state courts and who knows the state law, I know that this is riddled with reversible error. I know that there was no basis to charge this crime, this alleged crime, and to resurrect dead misdemeanors based upon non-unanimous federal violations of the election law or of the tax law. So, I mean, you've got that, but there's also a gut punch to the criminal justice system in the United States. People realize we are no longer safe anymore. And it's because of the progressive left agenda of making sure that we don't keep people in jail. And, you know, they're out there with 33 arrests, but, you know, they're still assaulting people or violently attacking people down the street here. But now we've got.
I like that the argument literally is like, dude, what are you doing? You're supposed to only arrest poor people. You can't arrest rich people.
One of the most famous.
Like everyone's argument, all the Republicans that are defending Donald Trump's, their arguments are reduced to, hello, you're not supposed to arrest powerful people, idiot. That's not what the fucking system is for, idiot. This is no different than when maybe Lindsey Graham or maybe another Republican, we don't know who, or a Democrat, we don't know who, told ICC prosecutor Kareem Khan, hello, the International Criminal Court is for thugs. It's for African warlords and thugs like Putin, not for Israeli or American officials. What are you saying?
Individuals in the world, a former president of the United States who can be taken down by a George Soros funded prosecutor on a crime that doesn't exist, where not one person put his finger anywhere near that bookkeeping. And now they're going to return a verdict and say, oh, he's guilty. He's definitely guilty. This is a jury pool made out of 85 to 90% of the people are anti-Trump, not pro anybody, anti-Trump. That's the jury pool. We knew it. We have a judge who wasn't picked out of the wheel or out of the drum, as all of us judges are. And he was a judge who was selected, not just for the Trump organization, not just for the this case, but also for the another case that involves the who was the guy who was the Bannon case as well. This is an anti-Trump judge, an anti-Trump prosecutor. America is going to respond to this. This is a gut punch. We want to see politicians fight. We don't want to see what they do in third world countries, to have one side start indicting and jailing the other side. This is not American. This is not who we are. And to see this happen.
There's nothing funnier than making this argument on behalf of Donald Trump, who literally ran on arresting Hillary Rodham Clinton. Lock her up was one of the more popular chants. The notion that, like, we don't do that in America, like this kind of moralistic posturing is so funny. It's awesome. Where are the law and order lovers and defenders? Where are the people that always love saying, don't do the crime if you can't do the time? Which, by the way, no time will be given to him regardless. But like, what happened? I thought we were a nation of law and order. What happened? Is it really impossible for him to get time? It would be strange if he got time. It'd be awesome, but it would be crazy if he got any time off of this. I don't know if liberals are that fucking wild with it. It'd be cool though. I hope they are. I would love to see that. He's a 77-year-old minor and neurodivergent. And it would be dope to see him run from prison. It'd be sick. I am very openly explaining to you that I'm in it for the content. I hope you understand. I think that the American empire is on its dying breaths at this point. And personally, I don't really give a shit what happens one way or another. With respect to Donald Trump's legal troubles, other than I think it would be really cool if he went to jail, because I want to see what happens. I want to see what would happen in a situation like that.
Happen before our eyes when we know that this is not legitimate, when a defendant was not advised of the crimes that he was charged with. They don't even know what the crimes are until we get to the charge to the jury, as if the prosecution and the judge with a wink and a nod said, hey, I'll give you that old accomplice testimony, even though we didn't charge Donald Trump with aiding and abetting anyone else. I'll throw it in as a matter of law. He's an accomplice, and I'll throw in those federal election violations, so they'll have to say, yeah, Donald Trump must have done it too. And I'll throw in a hooker and a guy who's a serial perjurer. This is lunacy. And I think that any red-blooded American who sees this is going to understand this isn't what we do to our political.
As crazy as that, I'll throw in a hooker and a guy who's a serial perjurer. It's like, bro, those are the people Trump chose to associate with and literally paid to associate with. What are you talking about? Like, we're acting like these people were in the periphery, totally unrelated to Donald Trump. And he just happened to be in the vicinity and like caught us straight. Like, what do you mean? Yeah, he paid the hook and paid them to perjure. What are we talking about?
Enemies. This is what they do in kangaroo courts and third world countries. God help America after what I've seen in the last few weeks.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
Well, this verdict takes the 2024 election into uncharted territory. No major party has ever nominated a convicted felon for president. It's one more thing for voters across the country to consider in November. Nicole Killian is talking to voters in the battleground state of Pennsylvania. Nicole, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Michelle. A lot of the reaction here in Pennsylvania and across the country has mostly been along party lines. Some voters told me that they're still undecided about whether to support former President Trump, but others say this verdict will not change their vote.
From former President Trump's home state of Florida.
We're voting for President Trump.
To battleground Michigan.
I'm happy that they convicted him.
If I could do cartwheels, if he got convicted, I would do cartwheels.
And the swing state of Pennsylvania.
Walk over broken glass to vote for him.
Trump's guilty verdict brought relief and outrage in Allentown, the Keystone State's third largest city, which played host to President Biden in January.
When you coming down to Stormy Daniels, right?
And the former president right before his trial.
Make America great again.
Pro-Trump banners hang outside the home of Glenn Stetler, who used to be a Democrat and attended Trump's rally last month.
Do you think this hurts his chances now that he's been convicted?
With the crowd of people that I saw, there's a lot of people that like this guy. He's a good person. I don't believe that he should be charged for it, and I really don't think it's going to matter.
But Democratic-leaning voters like Yvette Ortiz said Trump should be treated like any other citizen.
I think that he should, be accountable for what he did, but I don't know about jail, maybe a little bit of time or community service.
Michael Daigle is a registered Republican and previously backed the former president, but now he isn't so sure.
An appeal is not going to come until after an election, and we'll just have to see whether that invigorates a Republican base to come out and vote for him.
That last voter told me that he will likely stick with Trump, but he is exploring his options, although he insists he will not vote for President Biden. Keep in mind that Biden won this region, helping him to win the state in 2020 by more than 80,000 votes. Tony.
Nicole, thank you very much.
If they convict him,
holy shit, he was found guilty. Holy fucking shit. Holy fucking shit. Motherfuckers! Motherfuckers! You suck! You suck! There is no justice in this country! Guilty.
God, I love the Republicans. Come on, dude. There's such fucking content. I love Donald Trump. You got a problem with that, bitch? Gays for Trump.
Not guilty! He's not guilty! You pieces of shit! Won the con! He's shit and died! You're fucking corrupt,
your
motherfucker!
fucking kids are all dead. Your kids.
I'm serious. When I say this, I think Trump supporters in big cities that are like otherwise Democratic strongholds are literally visibly more insane than like the lifelong Republican that lives in some rural ass fucking town in Texas. Like, not even a question. Like, these guys are almost always so much more nutty. And I think a big part of the problem for the Republican Party is that they pay too much attention to these fucking freaks and like literally cause a lot of the quote unquote normal Republicans who don't pay attention to whatever the fuck's going on and they just kind of like vote for still racist reasons or tax reasons or whatever the fuck. Like, those are the guys who are just like, what the fuck's going on? This is like a little bit too much.
They're all
Piece of
fucking
shit.
dead. All your
Piece of
fucking
shit.
children, they're all fucking
I
dead.
found guilty.
They're all fucking dead.
Yeah, motherfucker.
Fucking guilty.
Motherfucking piece of shit.
Fucking guilty.
Fucking piece of shit. There's no justice in this country. It's all corruption. It's all fucking corruption. I have a message for you. Fuck you, won the con. Won the con. I'm fucking pissed.
Fuck you and fuck Joe Biden too.
Fuck Joe Biden.
All I know is this.
Fuckers. Fuckers. Yeah.
Guilty on a whole nother animal and a whole new way.
It's a lynching. It's a lynching. It's political interference. It's over. There's no justice in this country.
It's over. How do you feel?
Corruption. Tell me your reaction.
I'm shocked. I don't want to believe it. That's unbelievable.
What do you think about the verdict? They're doing this to Donald Trump. The judge means that they could do this to all of us.
1776, baby. I'm fucking pissed.
No, you're not. Calm down.
No, I'm not going to calm down.
And the people who are on the ground, the minority, the only man that ever stood up for me in my fucking life,
Through and through.
Donald fucking Trump.
Oh my God, he's crying. Oh my God, he's crying. Bro, what the fuck? He's crying. Bro, he's shedding real tears for Trump. That's awesome. That's fire. That's, oh God, that's so good. Oh, that feels fucking awesome to see.
Fuck Obama. Fuck Obama.
Yo, that motherfucker just won the election, I'll tell you that much. Fuck Joe Biden.
How can people become this mentally ill? That's crazy. Like, I don't know what you do with this guy. You can't save this guy. And of course, he's live streaming it too and filming it.
Not guilty.
I hope the country doesn't burn down.
Not guilty.
I hope that we can find a way to love each other and to make right this fucking this prostitution.
Bro, talking about loving each other in the country while he's shedding tears for Donald Trump.
Go fuck yourself and your mother.
Is one of us. He's one of us. And now they have only made the poll numbers go higher. I guarantee that's what you're going to see coming next. The polls are going up. Donald Trump is going to win even harder. They're going to have to bring in...
So why are you guys mad then? You should be excited, right? See, now this doesn't make a lot of sense to me. It's like you should be excited then that the polls are definitely going to go up. Why are you mad?
Michelle Obama, they're going to have to bring in Michelle Obama, Big Mike in August to try and fix things. But that's not going to work either. The numbers are going to go so high for Trump right now that it's over for Biden. It's over for the Democrats.
Fuck you, Judge Juan. Fuck you. There is no justice in this country. We want a democracy. This is America. You railroaded this man. He committed no crimes. Fuck you. I'm mad as hell, as they say. I'm mad as hell. Let's take to the streets. Let's take to the fucking streets. I'm pissed. I'm pissed. Let's
But
take
you
to the
have.
fucking streets. Good. Let's block traffic.
Someone said you are.
Corruption in this country. They're convicted an innocent man. He committed no crimes.
Congratulations, Trump just won the election. What do you think, Bill?
I think it's time for dancing in the streets. Dancing in the streets. Oh, fuck him. Fuck Trump every day. Fucking kill the guy next. I'm down for whatever. Just get him that fucker out of here.
Meanwhile, a show of support for Trump here in South Florida. Dozens gathering.
Yo, he went a little nutty with it, my boy. Hey, yo. Yo, that's crazy.
And Local 10's Christian De La Rosa live now with this part of our team coverage tonight. Christian.
These were people who felt compelled, obligated to be as close as they could to Mar-a-Lago, even if the former president wasn't here to show their support, and also share why they think today's verdict could in fact bolster Trump in November.
Bro, these people are so crazy. They went to Mar-a-Lago. Like, they have like a religious affiliation with Trump.
Trump 24, let's go, blow those horns.
We have to support our president.
They're making it. They're acting like they're doing like a pilgrimage to Mecca or some shit, bro. This is their Hajj.
Support for the man they call their president.
I feel like it's a sad day for America.
And voicing their discontent with his guilty verdict.
We thought that maybe there was some hope.
I didn't think they were going to get him on all 34 counts, which kind of tells you what's going on in New York.
This is completely political. Anybody who cannot see that, they have been brainwashed by this media.
Steps away from Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago, supporters like Leona Mangan.
I went to January the 6th. Give me liberty or give me death. Even Mother Teresa could not get out from under this.
Like titanium, they're convinced hush money payments charges against the former president were an abuse of power to begin with.
I don't think he did anything wrong.
They're also convinced Trump will eventually come out victorious.
Surely these things will all be overturned.
And as far as the race for president,
I don't think it's going to help him or hurt him. Not at all. I think the independents, even if you're on the fence, have already made up their mind and they can...
Across the street, a much smaller number of people celebrate.
You know, if you diddle a porn star and hush money payments get tucked away and you fill out your books illegally, then you will go to jail.
And even with just a handful of counter-protesters across the street, I can tell you things remain peaceful. We're live right outside Mar-a-Lago tonight. I'm Christian De La Rosa, Local 10 News.
And our team coverage continues now with Local 10's Alex Finney live outside Versailles, where another crowd of supporters rallied for Trump. Alex.
Yes, Calvin, very, very spirited crowd that was here for several hours today. As we know, a lot of people were here as that verdict came down. Of course, you have a lot of people on both sides with very strong opinions. Sound sounding off for former President Donald Trump.
I didn't think it was going to happen.
A verdict that many we spoke with said came down quicker than expected.
I mean, it was so fast. I'm surprised they reached a verdict.
People gathered outside of Versailles in Little Havana.
It doesn't seem to be fair that they charge him with a felony.
Justice system prevailed.
All of this coming soon after a Manhattan jury found the former president guilty on all 34 felony counts of falsifying business records in his New York hush money criminal trial. A felony conviction of a former president unprecedented.
His lawyer was the one who did it.
This man giving his thoughts on the news.
I hope he can run for president. I hope he can become president because, you know, Trump's who we want in there.
And still a lot to be seen now at this hour here, a little after 11 p.m. A lot of people have gone home for tonight. Those honks have officially started to die down a bit. But again, we have a lot coming up in the next few days, weeks, and months ahead. Stay tuned. For now, this is the very latest. We are live in South Florida, well, in Little Havana, that is. Alex Finney, Local 10 News.
Trump himself was greeted by supporters outside Trump Tower on Fifth Avenue.
And that is where we find CBS 2's Dave Carlin. Dave, what is the reaction there tonight?
Well, this place so busy with all of his comings and goings. Right now, he is inside. It began, of course, him going to court, then him coming back from court. Then around dinner time, he went out again and came back in. You'll see the video right now. Now, all the while, people have been here to greet him. After the sun went down, some staunch Trump supporters kept their flags waving, predicting another Trump presidency.
I wanted to be here because I think somebody has to stand up and say, this is invalid. You can't do this kind of law. This destroys American jurisprudence.
The message is it's going to backfire on the Democrats. It's going to backfire on Sleepy Joe. It's going to backfire on Albert Bragg, and Trump is going to win. And I will vote for him for the third time, even if he's in jail.
She's wearing an NYPD hat with the "Bring Our Hostages Home" pin on it. You know she's a cop.
Jail.
Earlier, Chopper 2 was over Fifth Avenue and Trump Tower when the crowd was much larger, with a mix of political persuasions. Friction was minimal.
That took a lot of courage for that jury to come back with that kind of a charge against him. I just think it's amazing.
I think he's going to make America great again. Around 6:15 p.m., Donald Trump entered with a wave to the crowd. He did not stay long and was on the move again, only to return at 9:25. He was also the talk of nearby Times Square.
It shouldn't matter who you are or what you do. If you do the crime, you deserve what's coming to you.
It's insane. That's never happened before in history. So this is something that we're living, and I don't even know how this is going to turn out. I'm shocked.
There is a Trump news conference Friday morning set for 11 a.m. right here.
This guy kind of looks like Julian Assange. Omni Valor. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Calm down, okay? And perhaps take your medication. What am I supposed to do, man? Please help me. I've apologized a million times. I'm sorry if I've hurt others. Like, I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't know. I don't even know what you did. No one is mad at you. Hegemonic World Peace, you got a lot of viewers that are mentally ill. No shit, I'm on Twitch. And secondly, yeah, says you, dumbass. But yeah, Omnivalor, I have no idea what the hell you're talking about.
Live in front of Trump Tower, Dave Carlin, CBS 2 News.
All right, Dave, no shortage of opinions tonight. And after the verdict, Donald Trump's daughter, Ivanka, took to social media. She posted a childhood photo of herself sitting on her dad's lap with the words, "I love you." She did not attend the trial.
New York Attorney General Letitia James is speaking out about the verdict. She issued a statement saying, quote, "No one is above the law." You may recall the AG's office did win a civil fraud lawsuit against Donald Trump and the Trump Organization earlier this year.
Rudy Giuliani had this reaction tonight.
A very sad day for America. A very, very sad day for anyone who values justice and has lived by it. I hope this gets reversed very, very quickly.
The former mayor and Trump attorney has faced his own legal troubles. Last month, Giuliani was indicted on felony charges related to alleged efforts to overturn President Biden's 2020 win in Arizona. And last year, he also lost a defamation lawsuit regarding his false claims about 2 election workers in Georgia.
And outside the courthouse, voters on both sides of the political spectrum made their voices heard. A small but vocal group of anti-Trump protesters gathered in Lower Manhattan after that historic verdict came down. Just down the block, a small pro-Trump group awaited for the arrival of the former president's motorcade.
I believe, quite honestly, it's quite the clown show. But the American people aren't going to fall for it. This will just make Trump stronger.
And we're really thankful that the New York jury was fair and listened and asked questions and came back with 34 counts guilty.
The protests were largely peaceful and there were no reports of any arrests.
On Long Island tonight, people are also reacting to the verdict.
CBS 2's Lori Bordenero went to Floral Park in Nassau County, and she has more on what they had to say.
We've been talking to a lot of people here, and some people say justice has been served. Others say this is just a political ploy to keep Donald Trump from becoming president. But regardless of political affiliation, people here seem to be genuinely surprised Trump was found guilty on all 34 counts. A few people we spoke with were shocked that he is still allowed to run for president. This is a county where more than 44% voted for Trump in the last election. Trump supporters don't think this verdict will hurt his chances at all come November.
Are you surprised? I'm surprised by the 34 counts, but I'm not like, I do love that in America, even if you're in jail, you can still run for president and even win technically. I think that's dope. I'm not even joking about that. I'm not being sarcastic. I'm not doing the dry sarcasm. I think it's an unironically good thing that you can run for president from prison as a convicted felon, and you should be able to vote as a convicted felon and vote from prison as well. So I think it's crazy that we can do one thing but not the other. And no, Trump is allowed to vote for himself because in the state of Florida, if you get convicted, if you're a convicted felon from another state, the state of Florida says normally if you were arrested here with a felony, you wouldn't be able to vote. But because you were arrested and convicted in the state of New York, it depends on what their laws are. And in the state of New York, felons can vote.
November, but some anti-Trumpers would like to see the former president out of the spotlight.
He's a crooked guy. He tells lies, and he doesn't really care about anybody else for himself.
I think that he should have to be removed as the candidate. I don't think he should be allowed to run. He's involved in so many cases, and it's such a distraction. And the only reason he's running is to stay out of jail.
My main problem is, what's the crime?
I'm going to vote for him even more if he runs, because I think it's terrible what they did when there's plenty of other presidents that have done terrible things.
Nassau County Executive Bruce Blakeman calling the verdict a big miscarriage of justice and saying there was no basis for this conviction. In Floral Park, Lori Bordenero, CBS 2 News.
I can't believe the hoax, this sham, this absolute injustice justice system. DA Bragg and the judge should be ashamed of themselves. This isn't just ridiculous. This actually erodes the confidence that Americans have in the justice system. Unbelievable. Unfreaking believable. But good news is coming. DA Bragg, hear me clearly. You cannot silence the American people. You cannot stop us from voting for change. Joe Biden's injustice, Joe Biden's two-tier injustice system, weaponizing the justice system of the United States of America against a political opponent, un-American. Joe Biden, you're fired. We the people stand with Donald Trump.
He hit him with a "you're fired." God, it's fucking insane that a black man is saying that there's a two-tier criminal justice system, which is true, except he's saying it about a two-tier criminal justice system for an incredibly powerful, incredibly wealthy former president. That is so unimaginable, dude. You ask that dumb fuck about white supremacy in the criminal justice system, and it's like, oh, that doesn't exist. Our institutions are infallible and perfectly good and designed well. I give this dick-sucking audition a 9 out of 11. People cheering the Trump conviction don't own Bitcoin. What? Content is no longer available.
My mind was not made up before, but it is definitely made up now.
Yeah, right.
And I will definitely be voting for Donald Trump.
I do not believe his mind was not made up before. Like, who the fuck would be like, you know, I'm iffy on that Trump guy, but now that I know that a jury of his peers convicted him, like found him guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, that he definitely paid hush money to a porn star in an effort to make sure that people did not know that he had sex with a porn star in the lead up to an election, and then falsely documented the payments as regular legal retainers. That is when I was like, this is my guy.
Because the weaponization of the legal system, it is so blatant, and this corruption cannot stand. Whether I like Donald Trump or not, which I don't, I feel that it is essential that I vote for him, because I must stand against the lawfare that was put on display by the Democratic Party, Alvin Bragg, all of these folks. And it's a shame, because I'm a New Yorker. I live here in New York. And as a black man who...
Bro, I love how fucking stupid Americans are. Yeah, thank you, man. Thank you.
Lives in the United States and in New York, I know what it's like to have the legal system used against you, specifically targeting you. So, I mean, bro, at the end of the day, to expect us to just sit back and watch this happen and just
bro, that's how you know he's lying about like being iffy on Trump. He did the quintessential black Republican move. He did the classic black Republican move. Black conservatives love saying, as a black man, I've experienced racism, and what the racism that Trump is experiencing right now is worse than that, or it's just like that. Literally. It's classic.
Ride with it like it's okay, like we're stupid and we don't see what's going on. That's crazy. Because if you can do something like this to a former president of the United States, just imagine, people, imagine what they can do to us. I'm sorry, but I'm all in. Trump 2024.
Americans are stupid. One thing that both parties get right. Yeah.
here. I just flew to New York.
I never voted for Trump before, but I certainly will be voting for him now. The Democrats are a clear and present danger to truth. Stay-at-home dad, iconoclast, intellectual, stoner, yogi, meat eater, runner, beer drinker, unvaxxed. My freedom protects you. Your freedom protects me. The Democrats are a clear and present danger to truth, justice, in the American way. They must be defeated. MAGA. I'm in the same boat. Never voted for him, but will now. But man, oh man, I hope your boat is reliable because the bridges you just burned are never getting rebuilt. Good luck, brother. Dude, Twitter is so fucking unimaginably right-wing. Like, Twitter has become the most right-wing, one of the most right-wing platforms. Bro, you are so unvaccinated, you wrote unvaxxed on your fucking Twitter profile. Why would you ever vote for the Democrat anyway, the Dummycrats? They're the party of gay vaccinations, gay autism vaccinations. It's so awesome that they have no like valid grievances with policy ever. Hasan, the YouTube of Tesla is hacked. And they're asking people to send them money. Can you do something about this? What? Bro, that's awesome. This guy literally believed the fucking YouTube. It's like a fake YouTube account. Thinks that it actually was the real YouTube account of Tesla. And is asking me to fix the situation. Like I should save the fake Tesla account. Anyway, the point I was trying to make before I got interrupted by one of the best chatters so far, Megaphonics on an alt, was that you notice how they don't have any fucking policy opinions at all? Like this entire thing is held together for many people on both sides, by the way. I'm not even just saying this is just about the Democrats or just about the Republicans. For so many American voters, it isn't about policy at all. It's about having their team win, and it's about their own like personal petty grievances being addressed. That's the reason why they're so mad at Robert De Niro. Like Robert De Niro comes out and he's like, yeah, fuck Donald Trump. He's a charlatan or whatever the fuck. And they're like, yeah, Robert De Niro, I will fucking kill you. It's like, bro, calm down. Like, why are you so mad? In a way, they're identical to fucking... In a way, they're identical to like Divorcelli fans who will find out that someone has wronged their intellectual daddy and will go there and fight like with so much animosity and so much vitriol. And it's like, what is it to you, man? Why are you this mad? It's because they're in a fucking cult. That's it. Like, this is not like, oh, I really want Trump because of, I don't know, the tax cuts that are coming for me, right? And these guys want to stop Trump because of the tax cuts. They're like, no, I love Trump, and I have so much rage in my fucking heart that I will literally fight your battles for you, Mr. Trump, sir. I will now make it my life's mission to fucking destroy Robert De Niro. Why? Because Robert De Niro said Trump sucks. Get a life, man. Fuck is wrong with you? What is wrong with your brain? Spend it on some fucking healthy awesome. Okay, dude, I'm gonna give it to Jimmy Kimmel and the writers. This is fucking solid. This is so solid. The fact that they got mainstream media duped too, that's good as fuck, bro. That is, oh, that's so good. Okay, respect. Respect. 100%.
The crowd, emotion growing behind me. I'm only a couple yards away from the area that you can see on your screen right there.
And Trump supporters across the country, there's anger and frustration right now. And Trump campaign officials
Yes! Oh, that's good. That's good as fuck. That's good as fuck. We have achieved singularity. I'm building a team. Yeah, they got fucking, everybody got. God. That is, what is happening? Am I too libbed up or something? I genuinely don't know. That was actually fucking hilarious. I can't believe I'm saying this, but they kind of slap with this one. That was so good. And then he fucking went in to kill himself. That was awesome. And unironically shocked. You're libbed up? Yeah, dude, you think it's libbed up to say that, like, doing an unironic suicide joke, which like 40% of this chat would be like, that's a bridge too far. Why did you take it there? It was funny before then. That's libbed up. He did a suicide joke on national television on Jimmy Kimmel. That's insane.
I'm so pleased that there's finally some accountability for Donald Trump. Yeah, he's evaded the law for many years, decades, and it's finally caught up to him. And also, we're fighting for democracy here.
Yeah, see, very polite chatter. It was problematic. Not a fan of Kimmel. Yeah, no, it's actually problematic when I serve the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour, but I don't see any of you chirping about that. You literally keep saying 10 out of 10, or perhaps you're saying all of that because you obviously are subscribed, so you don't give a shit. You know what I mean? You subscribe for $5 or for free. So you've used your Twitch Prime, so you don't care. It doesn't bother you because it doesn't impact you. Selfish, all of you. Barry Balls, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Barry Balls! We're going to get to Brandon in a second.
It was an election interference case. You know, it wasn't just a porn star sex case. It was an election interference case. And did he do it or not? The jury said yes.
He's actually going to increase his chances to win. He's actually going to win because he's...
Bro, every Trump supporters are a hive mind. Like, actually. They just operate with the same exact talking points. I don't know where they get the talking points from. I don't know how this happens. But they all say the same shit. I haven't heard a single goddamn fucking statement that is unique so far. It's all like, he's innocent. He's the most innocent man in America. Also, this is a travesty. And also, this is going to help his chances. This is actually, I'm mad, but like, I shouldn't be mad, really. I should be happy because he's going to win extra hard. You know what I mean? He's going to win the hardest anyone's ever won. He's going to win so hard, it should be illegal. They're going to arrest him again for how hard he won.
It's in the public's eye how they're using this judicial system just to penalize him to get him away from running for president again. Because Biden's going to construct the laws in a way where it's only going to benefit him and his people. Trump is going to benefit in a way where it's going to benefit him, but it's also going to benefit people with an opportunity coming from the bottom.
Oh my God, it's Sigma grindset mentality played to its logical conclusion. It's fucking awesome. It's just like, yeah, dude, I'm not there right now, but I promise you, like, Trump is going to change the rules in the rule book to make me win big eventually. He's going to help me, bro. It's like, no, he's not, bro. He's not going to help you, okay? Like, Democrats aren't helping you either, okay? If you were to say, like, oh, the Democrats, what have they done for me? I'm there with you. But, like, how the fuck do you think Donald Trump has helped you or will help you in the future? Like, how are you this fucking insane? It's like the gambler's fallacy, but for voting for Trump this time, dude. Yeah, someone in the chat, 99% quit before they hit big. 99% of Trump supporters, likely Trump supporters, quit before they vote for Trump and then have Trump help them succeed on their Sigma grind set.
Trump's gonna build a wall. That wall's gonna protect us all. Sounds like a good idea to me. Help me out.
Wait, the naked cowboy is a Trump supporter? Or is this a different one? Wait, since when is the naked cowboy a Trump supporter? It's a fake? Are there two naked cowboys? Folks, we lost the naked cowboy. This is causing me to retriangulate. I think once you lost the naked cowboy support, it's kind of Joe-over for you. I'm not going to lie. It might be, things are not looking good for Joe. It might be Joe-over, boys.
My first reaction was sadness for America, sadness for Trump. But at the end of the day, it's only going to increase his support like every other time they indicted him.
Same thing. It's very scary. Very scary. We're in a third world country right now. I don't even feel like we live in the United States. It could happen to him. It could happen to any of us.
Bro, at any given moment, if I'm standing with a crowd and they're agreeing with me, like a crowd like this, and they're agreeing with me, I'm reconsidering everything. I'm sorry. You might say, oh, you're ugly shaming or whatever the fuck. Fuck it. I am, dude. Okay. If I'm standing in a crowd and it's all fucking ogres with like genuine rot from within, basically fucking escaping out of every orifice, I'm gonna be like, I gotta really dial it back. What are we doing here? You know what I mean? Branded like this, I'd be like, maybe I got like, you know, maybe I don't have the best opinions after all. Like, if you ever find yourself in a crowd like this, and it's not even like ugly shaming, it's just like, they're so weird, bro. They're so fucking weird. They're so weird looking and weird. And the things that they're saying are weird. I'd be like, honestly, this seems a little, this seems a little odd. Have you met Twitch chatters? Yes, dude. I go to fucking, what are you talking about? I do meet and greets all the fucking time. Okay.
Cup 24. First of all, you're too ignorant to even try to debate me.
I mean, it's pretty crazy to see this in this moment currently because no other president has really been convicted of 34 counts in any criminal case, basically. But I'm gonna keep it real, as a current presidential candidate and one of the ones actually winning majority support.
Like think about it this way: like they're rolling up. Is that like his dick?
In all states.
Is that Hunter Biden's dick? Like, this guy literally took Hunter Biden's naked photos and put them. I mean, you can't see it, luckily, so it's fine. But like, he took the Hunter Biden crack pics and put it in a book. The moment that you see that, you're like, my side is crazy. Like, these guys are crazy.
States, as it shows statistically, I believe that still his
look at this car, bro.
Support level from the people is not gonna go down much.
That's it for him.
He's walking around with a gay revenge porn scrapbook, dude. Like, come on, dude. How does this signal sanity in any capacity?
He's not going to be able to continue with the campaign. He's not going to be able to run for president if he's found guilty. And then we're stuck with Biden.
This is 100%, once again, something that I repeated before, but must be repeated again and again and again. These people are fucking hater stands. Like, which is worse than just being a stand. Like, people will say, like, oh, Swifties do this too. And it's like, yeah, that's also mentally not the, sanest fucking person to be. But at least they're demonstrating their love for, like, an artist. You know what I mean? It's significantly healthier than this shit.
And Kamala Harris, that doesn't do anything for us and has not been doing anything for us since he became president.
No, it'll be overturned. It won't stand up in court on appeal. All right?
I kind of worry that it'll further divide our country. And I think it was from the testimony I heard, it sounded like the jury really paid attention. And
like, you see left-wing protests and shit. Like, you saw that old man in the back, right? Hold on. Let me go back real quick. I want to show you, like, what normal people would protest like, okay? And I'm not just saying this because, like, this man very clearly agrees with me, but it's like, Joe Biden, pick up the damn phone. He's wearing a keffiyeh. 24,000 murdered women and children. Very clear-cut protest. There's a reason for why he's protesting. You could tell. He wants the genocide to stop. I personally agree with that. I personally agree with his position. But beyond that, it's like, obviously he's there for a purpose. He's not there fucking being like, oh, I love Donald Trump. I think he's hot. He's hot as fuck. And also, he's not guilty. It's like, it's just like, weirds me out. It weirds me the fuck out that these people are just like mindlessly simply there because of their love and admiration for a person. And it is so completely devoid of policy, completely devoid of like any tangible thing that will make their lives better or worse. Like they're just there because they love Trump. That's it. And they feel like he's been harmed. That's the difference between like being a fucking cultist and being a person who like actually cares about issues, protesting for specific issues. Blows my goddamn mind.
Since he became president.
No, it'll be overturned.
Very fucking annoying to see. Pisses me off.
I think it was from the testimony I heard, it sounded like the jury really paid attention, and I think we need to honor the verdict. I'll be curious to see what the sentencing is.
Trump, free Trump, free Trump, free Trump.
I feel like the justice system here in America actually works. The sad part of it is that it could have gone either way. But when he was found guilty on all 34 counts, job well done, justice system in America.
I was already blue. I'm probably going to stay blue. Sadly, I think it will have no repercussion in Texas. I don't think I don't think Texans are going to care. Trump's our guy. Go Trump. Go red. I hope I'm wrong. Please let me be wrong.
I think in the fall, during the election cycle, yeah, it might affect my vote. Yes, sir. Just simply, I don't think we need a convict in office if that conviction sticks.
Whoa.
I wasn't surprised, but I was still very disappointed. I still thought, maybe there was a chance that Trump was actually innocent and that he hadn't done any of what they said he did. Now, again, I don't support Trump anymore, but I also didn't want a convict running for president. So,
the fuck?
It definitely did put things into perspective for me. And
people that love the rules and law are so strange.
As I said, I'm open-minded, but the two major candidates we have are, just, to me, probably some of the worst in American history.
I feel very sad for America because this is the man who's fighting for America. You know, this is the man who's fighting for America.
Auntie, what the fuck are you doing?
He tried to save America.
It's a disgrace what happened here. I'm a native New Yorker. We support Trump. I never voted for him the first time, but we'll do it this time. It's a disgrace. Mr. Trump loves this city. He's a native New Yorker. He doesn't hate this city. He doesn't hate this country.
Auntie got a copy of fucking Epoch Times and her life changed so dramatically. Okay?
The people that did this hate him.
To jail! Go to jail!
All the way, lock him up. I've been here for the last week. Guilty! I'm so happy.
Feel good. The justice been served. Justice been served. Guilty, guilty, guilty.
I feel good. It's a great day for the American people, for everybody. I mean, you know, who is against who believe in the law. And I mean, you know, it's a great day. They see him. They see that no one is above the law.
Yeah, this was awesome. I'd rather go 0 for 34 than 0 for 9 because you go 0 for 9. That means you stop committing felonies. That means you lost confidence. Deion Kobe Wade waiters. That's right, dude. That's right. He has a point. All right. There was another Twitter. We saw this, the comparisons to Nelson Mandela, which is insane. We got some Trump supporters crying. Obviously, discussing film. Came out with another banger tweet. Home Alone 2 lost the New York Star. Donald Trump has been found guilty of 34 felony counts. Okay. CNN Trump guilty. NBC Trump guilty. ABC Trump guilty. Fox. Taco Bell items removed to be rumored to be removed from the menu. Ugh, libs are libbing up. My week at court, who you going to call? God, liberals, man. Fucking liberals.
I'm not.
All right, let's look at conservatives. Liberals celebrating makes this, they can't celebrate this without like being incredibly fucking cringe. You know what I mean? Tomorrow's their month. Please stay out. Please stay safe out there, especially if you're in Gay City. I know. Hold on. Who'd you learn that from? Samuel Alito. AOC with a Samuel Alito burn. We didn't watch Benny Boy yet. Oh, there was another guy who had a relatively predictable take on this. DJ Academics, who's famously on the wrong side of every fucking issue. DJ Academic says Donald Trump getting found guilty on 34 felony counts for paying off his side hoe makes me want to vote for him even more. Not even gonna lie. DJ Academics looking more compromised by the moment. DJ Academics also has his own weird case. Why is he still around? Perhaps he should worry about his own personal situation. Classic. Classic DJ Ock. Once again, you know. Isn't this surprising? Trump 2024, my fucking goat. Phase Nick Merckx. I'm phasing the fuck up. Okay, that's right, baby. Trump 2024, he says. Bro, you got this. You got this marker on your fucking account. It's Jover, okay? Brain rot. The final version of the brain rot has been achieved. What was that finger thing? Phase up. Which I'm phased the fuck up. Question is also, does Tim the Tatman and Dr. Disrespect have the balls to say it out loud? Here come the floodgates. I'm Canadian, but I agree. What Florida does to a man, there's something in the water down there, bro. I swear to God. If I was Trump, I'd work on a slogan, Trump till 2034 all day. What is this? Can we do a live react when it happens? Elon Musk's ex to stage a town hall with Donald Trump. Oh my God. Let's go. Okay, this is the one time where Megaphonics sending a fucking Elon Musk related tweet is valid. Megaphonics, you are not allowed to send Evan Jess J tweets either, okay? That is your workaround. You literally, oh, he got clapped by Fossabot. He got so excited that he got clapped by Fossabot. That's awesome. Megaphonics. Sending Evan's tweets is basically a workaround for you because he stays tweeting about Elon Musk. Stop. It is no different than sending a direct Elon Musk tweet or meme. Oh my God, this is so cute. People excite. Did you watch Tim Pool's interview with Trump? Fuck no. Which prison gang do you think Trump is going to affiliate with? Whichever one's the Muslim one, because he's saying the Shahada the moment he gets in there. I'm telling you. He's going to be MS-13. Yeah. Nick Merckx hit the fucking Trump 2024 button. Respect. Once again, all of the best minds, okay? Nothing but the best and brightest for Donald Trump. Trump has now officially raised $52.8 million in 24 hours. Nothing funnier to me than giving Donald Trump money right after his criminal conviction. Specifically, that will go directly into paying off his many fines. It's a way for MAGA to fund our court system and to fund these blue states that are unjustifiably persecuting the big, beautiful boy. Maybe that's why his lawyer was on CNN being like, I am getting paid, Mom, I promise. But on that note, let's move on to some real shit. Because, oh, wait, before that, this is the last one. Last part of the fucking equation, we got to hear from Ben Sharpibo. Okay? And obviously, Brooklyn Dad Defiant. Shout out to the not convicted email lady who kept her cool all those years and Trump got his moronic goons chanted, lock her up. Who's laughing now, bitches? Hint, it's not you. Okay? Brooklyn Dad, baby. Nothing more defiant than being pro Hillary Clinton. Oh, I got chills. It's her time. She's going to win. She should run.
Last night, in a historic breach of all historical norms, in a move that really does put the Republic on the precipice of serious constitutional disorder, chaos, and disaster, a jury in New York found.
I like that Donald Trump's many different crimes, not even this, but like a shitload of other crimes and corruption that he is engaged in the most incompetent way possible is not somehow causing this beautiful democratic republic to fall apart, but it's actually the prosecution of said crimes and corruption that is putting the democratic republic at the precipice of collapse. It's never the guy who's doing it. It's the people going, no, don't do that, actually. That's the problem.
Found unanimously that Donald Trump was guilty of 34 separate felonies, all stemming from hush money payments that were made to Stormy Daniels all the way back in 2016. Now, the legal case is an atrocity. It's a ridiculous, ridiculous case. We're going to go through all the details in a moment. It was a political put-up job by Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg, who came into office pledging to get Donald Trump, not pledging to find his criminal behavior that was actually criminal, pledging to get Donald Trump under any circumstances. And that, of course, mirrored the language of Attorney General Letitia James, who was elected to her position in the state of New York on the basis of, quote unquote, getting Donald Trump. It was a put-up job by the judge, Juan Mershan, who clearly wants Trump behind bars, which is why I believe that he's probably going to sentence him to jail time come July. I do not think.
Whoa, that would be so sick. Dude, I don't think that's the case, but that would be so fire. Dude, that would be awesome. That would be, oh my God. Oh my God. That is like, oh my God. I can't tell if he's like doing this because he just wants to like rile people up for clickbait and shit, or if he legitimately believes it. But oh God, if there was any shot, oh my God. I think Jeff Tiedrick would literally die if that happened. He would bust out the fattest rope that would suck the life force out of him. I think a lot of liberals would unironically die from the collective orgasm that they had. Blanche conceded it's possible that Trump could be behind bars during the convention if the judge imposes jail or prison time and declines to pause the sentence as the appeals process plays out. I don't think it's going to happen. The appeals in and of itself, given the severity of the crime, would mean that like you probably would be fine on bail. You probably wouldn't have to be behind bars. That would be, oh my God, no. If there's a sentence of incarceration and how it's carried out and when it's carried out, I expect that we would ask for a stay of any sentence while the appellate process works its way through the courts. That's discretionary. That's not something that has to be granted. So that's something that I don't want to think about. I don't think it's going to happen, but it's possible, of course. Yeah, even his fucking lawyer saying it's most likely not going to happen.
Think that Chekhov's gun can sit above that mantelpiece for the entirety of the second act here. This was a put-up job by the Biden administration, which has been attempting to brand Donald Trump a criminal and a felon since literally the day that they got into office, and the Democratic Party, which has been attempting to label him everything from a Putin cat's paw to a traitor to the country since 2015. It all culminated yesterday in a jury finding, in the most ridiculous possible criminal case, that Donald Trump was guilty of 34 felonies. It's an absurd case. According to the Wall Street Journal, Trump was found guilty Thursday by a New York jury on all 34 counts in his hush money case, concluding the first ever criminal trial of a former president. Now voters will render their own judgment as Trump, the presumptive GOP presidential nominee, barrels ahead to the November 5th election, using the trial and other prosecutions he faces as a rallying cry for his supporters. President Trump, for his part, responded to the verdict. He responded precisely the way that you would think that he would, with absolute sheer outrage, as is appropriate. Here was Donald Trump's statement in the immediate aftermath. There's no question that this is political. None whatsoever. The basis of the charges is trash. This is a trash case that was brought in a jurisdiction unfriendly to Donald Trump, with a prosecutor who obviously wanted to make his bones on Donald Trump's back, and a judge who wants to be famous based on convicting Donald Trump. This was, in fact, a put-up job. Todd Blanche, one of Trump's attorneys, he made the point that the timing of this most recent grand jury is quite suspicious. It turns out that it's kind of weird to file a misdemeanor charge, which is really what this was, a misdemeanor business records falsification charge that expired in 2017. In 2023, as Donald Trump was securing the Republican nomination for the presidency. Here is Todd Blanche, one of Trump's attorneys.
I will say that the timing of
trash, absurd, ridiculous sounds like Ben's feelings are getting in the way of facts. Yeah, of course. There's never been a moment where Ben actually gave a shit about facts. When he says facts over feelings, he's saying his feelings are more factual than real facts itself. And therefore, the real facts of the matter that don't correspond to his feelings are not facts at all. It's the underlying, it is basically the underpinning of every Republican argument.
Of this most recent grand jury, meaning the 2023 grand jury that ultimately indicted President Trump, kicked into action less than 2 months after President Trump announced he's running for re-election. And there are coincidences, and then there's coincidences, and I don't think that that's just something that happened.
Alvin Bragg, the Manhattan DA who brought this case, had pledged back in 2021 that he was going to find some rationale for prosecuting Donald Trump. He said, quote, "I'm the candidate in the race who has the experience with Donald Trump. I was the chief deputy in the Attorney General's office. We sued the Trump administration over 100 times for the Muslim travel ban, for family separation at the border, for shenanigans with the census. So I know how to litigate with him. I also led the team that did the Trump Foundation case. So I'm ready to go wherever the facts take me and to inherit that case. I think it'd be hard to argue with the fact that'd be the most important, most high-profile case, and I've seen him up front and seen the lawlessness he could do." And he was then asked by a reporter, "You believe that should happen?" He said, "I believe we have to hold him accountable." Okay, he was pledging to do this in 2021, and then he did it. And then he did it. We'll get to more on this in just 1 second. First, from the start.
Dude, I can't be the only one who's like fucking annoyed with how many ads Ben has. And not only because it's like ridiculous that he has so many ads to begin with, like that there are brands that are willing to work with him, but it just in general, it's like I'm not going to, obviously I'm doing ethical reacts across the board no matter what, because like I'm responding to pretty much every single thing that he says. This is fair use in general, so I can skip the ads. I don't really give a shit. But also, he has like an insane. Every fucking video is just like slap with a goddamn fucking built-in ad to it. What is happening?
While this defendant may be unlike any other in American history, we arrived at this trial and ultimately today at this verdict in the same manner as every other case that comes through the courtroom doors, by following the facts and the law and doing so without fear or favor.
That is that's an extraordinary lie, an extraordinary lie. There's never been a case. It's a novel legal theory that was brought to court by Alvin Bragg specifically to get Donald Trump before the election. That's all this was. Everybody knows this. Independents know this. Democrats know this. When Democrats say that all they want is the law followed without fear or favor, it's weird how you're perfectly fine with James Comey letting Hillary Clinton off the hook for obvious criminal conduct in 2016.
Bro, Jim Comey literally is responsible more than anything else for Hillary Clinton losing the election. What are you fucking chirping about, my boy?
With the excuse, well, she was running for president. We don't want election interference. And then it turns out that you're totally fine with Donald Trump being prosecuted for absolute trash of charges stemming from activities sexually back in the mid-2000s and then from a hush money payment made in 2016. Meanwhile, you're apparently perfectly fine with the DOJ letting Joe Biden, the current president of the United States, off the hook, even though he clearly involved himself in criminal conduct in terms of mishandling classified material because he's a doddering old fool, who then goes out, by the way, and rips the prosecutor for mentioning that he's a doddering old fool, and in the process shows himself to be even more of a doddering old fool. You are totally fine, apparently, if you're a Democrat, with the DOJ originally trying to cut such an extraordinary sweetheart deal with the president's son that it was only scuttled when a judge looked at it and said, "What the hell is this?" That is the only reason that Hunter Biden is being brought up on charges now, is because a judge looked at the original sweetheart deal.
Seems a lot like he's talking about some irrelevant ass bullshit instead of keeping his focus on how this particular case is completely fraudulent. How odd of him to start talking about like, oh, well, the DOJ gave a sweetheart deal to Hunter Biden and also Hillary Clinton and all this other shit. Like, what's happening? Just talk about the issue. Talk about the issue, man. Where is the letter of the law not being evenly applied? Where is it not being fair for Donald Trump Because you can't turn around and be like, Your Honor, there's murderers around, which is what Donald Trump was saying. Ben is supposed to be this brilliant conservative mind, right? And as a brilliant conservative mind, he could just like very easily rip through the arguments that the prosecution made. Right now, he sounds exactly like the fucking whimpering fools that we heard outside of the court. Ben's argument is particularly laughable when he, along with every Republican pundit and every Republican running for office, are literally like, we should fucking melt anyone who does crime and prosecute them to the fullest extent of the law. The logic is literally that Republicans who run on stopping crime, akin to Alvin Bragg running on prosecuting Trump-related crimes, should not actually be doing what they campaign on. Everything you mentioned is not illegal, and if you want to compare sons, look at Don Jr. It's just, it doesn't make any sense to me, because like I said, Don Jr. is not running for president. I mean, not Don Jr., sorry. Hunter Biden is not running for president, so he's just like bringing up Hunter Biden is silly regardless, okay? And not only that, but also, in terms of Hillary Clinton's situation, the FBI cooked her fucking campaign harder than any other circumstance when Jim Comey, a couple days before the election, came out with a fucking second letter. An investigation that they concluded and found was no different than the prior investigation in any case. And I say this as someone who despises Hillary Clinton, okay? There's a reason why so many people fucking... there is no reason why so many people love Jim Comey on the liberal side. But it is odd. It is odd that that Ben is not sticking to the actual facts. If they are so easy to diminish, so easy to destroy, you can't just fucking turn around and be like, well, what about all these other instances that are totally irrelevant to the subject matter?
Brought by Merrick Garland's DOJ and said this is so obviously corrupt that there's no way I can greenlight this prosecution deal. As far as the political obviousness of the situation, remember that one of the big prosecutors in this case was a person named Matthew Colangelo. The DNC paid Matthew Colangelo $12,000 in January 2018 for political consulting. He donated to Barack Obama's first presidential campaign in 2008. He was the third-ranking official at President Biden's Justice Department. He then joined Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg's office in December 2022. And just a few months later, they launched this current investigation into Donald Trump. That indictment began in March 2023. So he moved from the Biden DOJ to Alvin Bragg's office. And 3 months later, the indictment...
That's crazy, bro. I can't believe prosecutors switch fucking... switch offices sometimes. They go from like DOJ back to like a district attorney. That's wild. That's wild. Except none of this talks about Donald Trump's 34 different counts. Like, the funniest part about it is that the sane, smart, intelligent conservative assessment on this matter wouldn't just be that, like, to obviously point out how this is political, but to basically say that these charges, albeit true, are not all that significant. Trumped up, if you will. So I don't understand why he doesn't just stick to that and he has to be like, oh, guys, you don't understand. Brandon is a secret mastermind behind all of this.
It was brought against Donald Trump. And we're supposed to believe there was no coordination, that Joe Biden knew nothing about. This is just the workings of the gears of justice. That's all this is. Meanwhile, the judge, Merchan, obviously a partisan Democrat, he's donated small amounts before to the Biden presidential campaign in 2020, as well as to Act Blue, which is an activist group. His daughter is a Democratic activist as well. The reality is,
what does any of this... Bro, that's crazy. He's like... the judge's daughter is a Democratic Party activist? Okay. Yeah. I guess he's not capable of being an adequate judge.
That she serves as president of Authentic Campaigns, a firm that does digital campaigns.
Yeah, the funniest part about this is that, like, there are plenty of fucking Trump-appointed judges, some of which have ruled against Donald Trump. And it's like, even then, it's like, well, these judges are obviously biased. It's like, who's not biased? You just want someone who will say Trump is innocent. That's the only type of judge I want. Okay? It could be an Obama judge. It could be a Biden judge. It could be a fucking Donald Trump judge. And it's like, as long as they are literally sitting there and being like, well, I'm going to be honest, like, he is actually, he is actually guilty here, or we're going to continue with this investigation. Then I was like, whoa, obviously they're biased. Yeah, the only difference between what Ben Shapiro's saying here versus the average nutter that you saw outside of the courthouse with a fucking microphone put on their face is that he seems better put together.